Good morning, darts fans, and welcome back to the Online Darts Live League. I am Paul the Asset Nicholson, and I will be your host and commentator for the next 15 matches, which will take place over around about the next 4.5 hours. And it will be day number 2 of Stage 1 here in week 1, because everything has changed a little bit here at the Online Darts Live League over the last 24 hours. We're going to have Stage 1 over the next 12 weeks, and everybody is going to be vying for the Champions Week in the middle of October. So lots of variety coming your way in the coming weeks. But as far as yesterday is concerned, it was a very competitive day, and really good days for the likes of Keelan Kay and Robert Owen. Tuesday is going to be very interesting for the likes of Jelle Klaasen and Colin Osborne, not discounting Dave Pallett and Lee Cox, because if they can have a much improved Tuesday, they could get themselves back in the fold. Just to remind you that one person will qualify from Group A, so they're all vying for that top spot by the end of Wednesday's session. Group A will conclude tomorrow. Then we will have Group C starting on Thursday and taking place on Friday morning, as well as Group B, which will be on Thursday night and Friday night. Come Saturday, we will have our finals for Week 1, and the Group A winner on Wednesday lunchtime will have Thursday and Friday off to get ready for that. Who will it be? Well, Tuesday may tell us a bit of a story towards who that could potentially be. So let's get cracking with our first match today. Down to the Ocky we go. It will be a rematch of match 15 from Monday's session, where Colin Osborne won by 4 legs to 1. One of the nicest people to be around early in the morning, always full of chirpiness and positivity. And Lee Cox yesterday coming up with 0 points from 5 games, will be looking to do exactly the opposite on Tuesday.
Hey, feels like it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
So here it is. Lee Cox at the bottom of the table. And his leg difference at -14 needs addressing.
85.
If he is to have some sort of chance of winning this group tomorrow, I get the feeling that he's going to have a
100.
very good day indeed. Minimum 8 points required. Ideally, 10 out of 10.
100.
He did start yesterday's campaign against Keelan Kay, but
100.
it was all about the doubles in that first game. He had 25%. Keelan had 57%. So all departments for Lee today must improve.
140.
He had the lowest running average of everybody yesterday, 80.64. He may have to raise that by about 10% at least.
119.
Three maximums for Lee yesterday. Again, the least by any player.
60.
But did get himself a ton plus finish of 115. In fact, that was the second best of any player yesterday.
Colin, you reckon 100.
But it's Osborne on throw in leg 1, who has the first chance of taking a leg today. First start was good.
101.
Next two, a little bit wayward. And Lee can't take advantage.
69.
To try and get a second ton plus finish of the week. 88.
Game shot the first.
Osborne puts it right.
Colin Osborne.
A nice 17 dart start here for Colin. And he didn't get too flustered by those 2 wayward darts in the previous visit.
Second leg, it's Lee to throw first.
And just touching on the stats for Lee once more. A best average yesterday of 83.84. And when you look at the best efforts of other players, that is, unfortunately, drastically behind.
100.
But maybe he dusted off a few cobwebs yesterday and he'll be ready to shoot forward. And potentially on Tuesday, he might know a bit more about which kit to use. Yesterday he was changing between 2 different sets. He may have got some information as to what to use all day long.
95.
Only time will tell.
$100.
That's decent. Keeping it nice and straight here.
$58.
When you're sitting on 256, you're thinking, I want to be on 116 or better.
$78.
Manages to rescue the visit somewhat, but there's only a dart ahead.
$100.
Not for long. And for the second leg in succession, it's Osborne who gets to the finish first.
85. Colin, you require 100.
Biggest finish of yesterday came from Keelan Kay. And boy, was that a good one. 161 with his last 3 darts of the day.
100. He required 93.
He wants this to be the last 3 darts of this leg. Double top.
73.
Good line. Just under pitched.
Colin, you require 48.
Lee fears the worst.
Game shot on the second
He was
leg.
correct.
Colin Osborne.
And Osborne breaks the throw, and he's looking good for getting another 2 points. It's not over yet by any means. Osborne only at the halfway point.
So look, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
But this is following a pattern from yesterday where Lee's opponents were taking their chances.
24.
Nice consistency from Colin. 2 17 darters in the first 2 legs. Yesterday his running
45.
average was 86.17 as he picked up 5 maximums and 4 points. The one glaring stat that Colin will not have been happy
121.
about is his doubles percentage, which was just a shade under 25%.
95.
Now, throughout 2022, Colin's doubles have been decent at around
81.
35%, so being 10% down yesterday was a bit of a slump. He can put that right today, and so far
95.
it's very decent. 2 shots at a double and 2 hits. You can't get any better than that. This is good stuff.
180.
He's really starting to turn the screw now. These guys are good pals away from the hockey, but when
96.
the referee for the day, Owen Binks, says game
Colin, you
on,
require 95.
there is no sympathy. You have a job to do. Is he going straight for it?
Game shot on the third
Why
leg.
not?
Colin
A
Osborne.
95 check out and 3 from 3 on the double so far. This is a very tidy performance from Colin Osborne.
Fourth leg, it's Lee to throw first.
To give Lee some credit, he's averaging 85, which is
140.
better than yesterday. But when you have had 5 games on a Monday and you think, I'm just finding my feet now, you have to remember that your
100.
opponents have had the same sort of exposure.
$134.
And I'm not going to sit here and say that yesterday's game between these two was a good one. They both know that it was a below par game where 2 players were probably feeling a bit tired
85.
after 4 games, both averaging in the 70s. But
57.
you don't see Colin Osborne grumbling with a 4-1 victory, that's for sure. Gonna have to go some to get into to this leg. Lee, first to a finish for the first time.
100. Lee require 170.
He has 6 darts forward as well.
$21.
That is not what the doctor ordered, unfortunately. And Osborne's been given a free pass into the finishing zone.
$60.
He gets there, but only just.
Lee require 149. $82.
That was a pretty good visit until
Colin
dart
Osborne,
3.
156.
He's just made things a little more difficult for himself by hitting the treble 1. If he did a single 18, he would have been sitting on 52,
100.
which
Lee
is
67.
single to double combination. Here, he still needs a treble, and may only get 1 dart at a double.
47.
In fact, it was only his 2nd dart at a double in the match.
Colin, you require
He
56.
missed them both, and because of those, he could be defeated 4 legs to 0. Double top for the win. And a
Game
great
shot
find
on the
from Osborne.
match.
A
Colin
really
Osborne.
tidy performance from Aussie. The Wizard doesn't have to find a great deal of magic, but a 91 average to start things off. It was the checkouts that really helped him there. In fact, he only missed 1 shot at a double. And even when he missed that, he was afforded that because in the next dart, he was able to win the match. More pain for Lee Cox. He has 4 matches remaining, but Osborne very much back in the mix. We're going to take a short break now, but when we come back on Sporty Stuff TV, we will see Keelan Kay, yesterday's table topper, and he's going to be up against Jelle Klaasen, who he beat in a thriller on Monday. We'll be right back. morning and welcome back to our online darts live league action here. And live league darts did not get any better yesterday than this fixture you're about to see in game number 2 for Tuesday. Yesterday it saw the biggest finish and the best performances from these guys, I believe, in that 7-leg encounter. So let's get down to the board for game 2. Jelle is back, the 37-year-old from the Netherlands. And this young man, the 20-year-old from Cornwall, who was first in the building this morning. You can't beat a bit of enthusiasm.
Okay, first look, it's Jelle to throw first. Game on.
Jelle using white flights today. It was
140.
a bit more of an illustrated flight yesterday. Maybe he just wants to see those flights going in the board Keelan Kay style a bit more today.
59.
But that game yesterday, astonishing stuff. Jelle averaging 96.03
140.
and losing 4 legs to 3 to Keelan Kay, courtesy of that 161 finish
55.
to win the match. Now, Keelan did play better in an individual performance yesterday than
96.
that game, but that may have been just as impressive, even though the average was 18 less.
140. Jelle rook 125.
This is not going to take long, this game. The 2 quickest players in the draw playing
93.
each other. And Jelle is off to a flyer.
140. Jelle rook 32. Game shot on the first leg.
That leg
Jelle
probably
Klaasen.
took about 60 seconds. So, without further ado, let's go down to the board for leg 2.
Second leg is Keelan to throw first.
13 darters do not come much quicker than that.
140.
Let's have a little look, a quick look, I might add, at Jelle's day yesterday. A running average of 89.12,
43.
amassing 6 points for the table, and he was in 3rd position overnight.
125.
Best performance, 97.00 against Lee Cox in a 4-1 win, and that was a personal best here at the Live League. 7 maximums from Jelle, the most from any player. And his doubles percentage was very good at 39%. In fact, only Keelan Kay was better than Jelle.
85. Keelan, you've got 96.
Double 18.
Game shot on the second leg. Keelan Kay.
Wow. 11 darter. That must have taken less time than Jelle's 13. What a great start to this one.
So look, it's Jelle to throw
If those
first.
2 legs aren't proof that they're comfortable at this pace, I don't know what tells you that.
26.
Young Keelan has got so much ability.
97.
And as each year goes by, he's gaining more experience and gradually improving.
140.
But I think one of the keys to his improvement is constant exposure to
58.
playing these world-class talents, whether it's at development to a level, challenge to a level, live league
125.
level. But I see improvement.
100.
Stats don't lie sometimes. And when you're averaging 107 in a game against a former world champion,
138.
you must be playing pretty well.
26. Jelle rook 172.
Bit of a wobble as Jelle goes for 72 and a 2-1 lead.
32.
He will return. Decent pressure.
Game shot on the
Didn't
third
matter.
leg. Jelle
Jelle
Klaasen.
Klaasen with a 2-1 lead, and he's very much looking forward to the opportunity of getting revenge after that 4-3 loss yesterday.
Fourth leg, it's Keelan to throw first.
Notice how I said he's looking forward to the opportunity.
99.
The opportunity is now. It's like that old saying, isn't it? God doesn't give you patience.
59.
God gives you the opportunity to be patient.
96.
That leads me to a little chat I had with Keelan this morning, because I wasn't sure what was on the back of his shirt either side of the
95.
dartboard. It turns out they are hands. Makes perfect sense when the shirt is right in front of you and you can see it. But when he's constantly moving around the oche quickly, it's quite hard to make out.
77.
But in a biblical sense, I do believe the tattoo on the left arm of Keelan Kay is of the Virgin Mary.
100.
Tattooed arms in darts. A very common thing. Just watch out for some of the players today. Great first dart.
107.
And a lovely visit.
$134.
I haven't seen anybody fluster when they've got to the end of a leg yet.
20.
But this is a big chance for a break of throw. Can he take the chance?
15.
Chance missed.
Keelan, you require 20.
Double five.
$10.
That wasn't happening yesterday.
40. $20.
And that wasn't happening yesterday either.
Keelan, you require 10.
Keelan has been let off the hook here.
Game shot
And he does take advantage of it.
Keelan
So
Kay.
that opportunity has been missed by Classen for that vital break of throw and a 3-1 lead. It's now 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Jelle to throw first.
Let's have a little look at Keelan's stats from yesterday. As we look at the averages for this game.
180.
Jelle Klaasen with a somewhat angry 180 in frustration at losing leg 4. But Keelan averaged 90.6 for the day on Monday.
96.
8 points from a possible 10. 6 maximums. 3 ton plus finishes, including that 161 against Jelle.
97.
And the one thing that stood out more than anything else, that 161 finish
78.
with his last 3 darts of the day. Play like that today, Keelan. You are going to be in the frame for winning this group tomorrow.
$96. You only require 84.
Double 12.
72.
More missed darts at double. He's now down to 18% on his checkouts.
140. You only require 12.
But he still comes back. And does win the fifth leg.
Jelle
So
Klaasen.
he is in front and he has a chance to get the revenge win over Keelan Kay, but must get it done a little bit sooner.
Sixth leg, it's Keelan to throw first.
In fact, they're both missing their doubles. Keelan, 8 attempts, 2 hits, 25%. Not that dissimilar for Jelle. 3 hits from 13. Maybe there's a bit more urgency about these two guys because neither of them
54.
have made a finals night. Now, considering the talent that these guys have, I find that quite remarkable. Keelan's been here a lot more than Jelle.
94.
Jelle only came here this year. But Keelan has been coming here since pretty much the start of 2021.
140. Keelan, you've got 167.
This won't scare him. Are we going to go all the way in this
83.
fixture like we did yesterday? It looks likely.
96. Keelan, you've got 84.
It does depend on this. Double 12.
Game shown the
And we are going all the way.
Keelan
A
Kay.
clean, crisp 84 and 2. And it will be a 7th leg to decide who gets their first 2 points of the
final
day.
leg is Jelle to throw first. $80.
It is very important to notice that Jelle has got the darts today, whereas Keelan had them yesterday.
125.
There are no bull-ups coming into these league fixtures all week long.
140.
They get their fair share of starts. The only time we have a bull-up is on Saturday night in the semi-finals and
38.
finals. In fact, it's only in the finals because it's based on league position in the semi-finals.
100.
Advantage Classen after 9.
$83.
Keelan might need another big finish to take care of Classen.
59.
If it happens again, Jelle's going to be steaming.
$58.
Now, that was a mistake from Kay. 96 would have left 159.
62.
And what Keelan needs now is Classen missing more doubles because he's going to be there first for the match.
100. 160.
Single 20 for tops. Double 10.
Game
And
shot
a
on
big
the
sigh
match.
of relief for
Jelle
Jelle
Klaasen.
Klaasen. That fixture has given us a maximum amount of legs over the last couple of days. 90.46 for Classen, 93 for Kay. They always provide a 90-plus average in this fixture, and I can't wait to see those guys go at it tomorrow. But this time, Classen gets the 2 points, and they will have a head-to-head decider on Wednesday. We're going to see the climax of round 1 when we come back after this break, and it will be Robert Owen, one of yesterday's players who made 8 points against Dave Pallett, who got 4. We'll be right back with that one. Hello darts fans and welcome back to some live league action here for Tuesday morning. We've seen from 4 of the players, so let's complete our first round by having a look at Robert Owen and Dave Pallett for Tuesday morning in their first game. Lots of possibilities for these two come day 2 of Group A. Yesterday Dave Pallett came away with 2 wins from 5. Whereas Robert Owen, the man from Ogmavale in South Wales, managed to get double the wins of Pallett. Here is Dave, the 32-year-old, originally from Shropshire.
Okay, first like it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
And conditions are good today for playing. A couple of the players were struggling yesterday with clammy hands.
180.
No such problems for Robert Owen at the start, obviously. Or Dave Pallett, for that matter.
180.
This could be one of those games, you know, where very little goes wrong.
121.
Silly stack attack missing dart 6. I wouldn't be shocked to see a 9-darter this week with the quality we've got on show. We did get one last week with Graham Usher.
140.
One of the best performances I've seen in any darts league. Look at this for a beginning.
140.
60 left after 9. 121 ahead of Pallett, who was started with 5 treble 20s from 6 darts.
97. Robbie Rock 160.
Can he get an 11-darter?
$20.
That first dart at tops was a bit of a blocker.
84.
And a chance for Pallett to steal in leg 1. Double 11.
62.
They both miss.
Robbie, you require 40.
Double 10.
Game shot on the first leg.
Mr. Reliable
Robert
on double
Owen.
10. Yesterday, he was very, very good in that department. We'll talk about his stats from yesterday in leg number 2 coming up.
Second leg is David to throw first.
Running average only 0.02 behind that of Keelan Kay. Yesterday had Robert Owen. 90.58.
58.
6 maximums. The same as Keelan Kay. So they had very similar days, but not so on the outer ring.
44.
Just a shade over 30% on the outer ring for Robert Owen. No ton plus finishes. In fact, his best was 98.
180.
We've already had 3 maximums and it's only leg 2.
100.
I do believe the record for individual maximums in a match here at the Live League is Josh Payne with 7.
100.
We will keep an eye on that for you. Pallett's in this sort of mood. He could average almost anything. Our Live League record is still Jason Askew from Phase 1 in 2021. It stood for a very long time. 118.44.
$41. David, you've recorded 63.
There's the 3. 20 more leaves tops.
23.
And Robert Owen can't do anything from 2 on 6.
$60. David, you've recorded 40.
Double top to level things up.
Game shot on the
And
second
that's
leg.
what you get.
David
A really
Pallett.
tidy 16 dart leg from Dave Pallett. He's averaging 105 after a couple of legs, and I know exactly what Dave can do. He can sustain
So look,
this.
it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
I know it's a silly stat to look at after 2 legs, but it's an
100.
indication of just how well they have started. Now, I'm of the idea that maybe Robert Owen is using a different stem today.
100.
He's definitely using fresh flights. It's all well and good doing that when you get them provided for free by your sponsor. But the flights that he uses
95.
aren't cheap. Per set, they're probably £5 or £6 a set.
$100.
But he seems to be using a more translucent coloured stem today. It may just be a visual illusion.
135.
But his darts seem to be going in less downward than the last few times I've seen him play it.
$128. $131.
Great scoring performances from both players here. This is a high quality encounter.
$125. Robbie, required
When he
40.
played yesterday, it was nowhere near this good.
Game shot on the third leg.
Brilliant 13 darter
Robert
from
Owen.
Owen, who is in a really confident mood. He's been playing so well at the Live League this year, and he feels so comfortable on this hockey.
Fourth leg, it's David to throw first.
We're talking about a player who has won Phase 2, banked £6,000 that night in beating Dan Reed.
140.
In the final. And as far as Dave Pallett is concerned, his best effort came in the previous phase. In Phase 4 in Week
96.
2, he was third and made his first Champions Week. But didn't go all the way as Josh Payne
95.
won Phase 4 over Connor Heenan. Yesterday, Pallet was averaging 90.79, which is, funnily enough, the largest running average of the day. And he
100.
found himself in 5th position in the table at the end of Monday. Like a lot of other players, he was hitting 1 of every 4 shots at double.
140.
He, like Robert Owen, did not have a ton plus finish. His best being 66.
98.
But he did have more 180s than everybody else.
126.
He had 9. Almost averaging 2 maximums per game.
86.
Pressure's coming.
140.
Plenty of it.
David, required 40.
Double 10 for Pallett. Has to reset. He thought it was in.
$20.
This is where you may get burned.
Robbie requires 67.
Double top for Owen.
47.
He can't pinch the leg away with one shot.
David, you require 20.
Pallett dodges a bullet.
Game shot on the
It
fourth
is
leg.
2-2.
David Pallett.
Already, this game is a lot closer than yesterday. When they fought on the hockey yesterday on Monday, it was 4 legs to 1 to Owen.
Fifth leg, it's Robert to throw first.
It's a bit of a strong word, isn't it, that they fought on the hockey. These guys aren't fighting.
100.
But it is a bit of a duel. And an average gap of around 7 points at this stage. What they do
100.
tell you is that they're both playing well and above the level we saw yesterday from them overall. Might want to change that 1 to a 2. Perfectly done by Owen to leave 221.
$100.
And remember that Owen has the darts in the odd-numbered legs. So if it does go to leg 7, he will have the first throw.
92. $57. Robbie, require 100.
Definitely advantage Owen now. 6 darts from 129. Doesn't have to go 60 bull.
64.
That's all right. Having 65 gives you options. You don't have to go for 25 in tops. You can go for treble 11.
140. Robbie requires 65.
I sneakily suspect he will go for the 25 though. That's the risk. Double 4.
57. David, it requires
Could this be the first ton plus checkout of the week for Dave Pallett?
$84.
Not quite. And double top for
Robbie
Dave has been missed
8.
by that margin at least 3 times.
$4.
Oh, Robert.
David, it
You're
requires
letting
20.
this one go.
Game show on the
The
fifth.
better player in this match
David
has
Pallett.
been Robert Owen, but he's not in front anymore. 3 legs to 2 for Pallett, and he has a great chance now of winning this one by 2 legs.
Super gets David to throw first.
We're talking about a player who, in phase 4 of week 2, played in Group C and was remarkable. He played so well in that group.
100.
He played brilliantly on the finals night as well. Quite astounding to think that he finished 3rd that night.
100.
But finals night can be cutthroat, just like every league match, which is best of 7 legs. It's not a long format.
100. $60.
This is where the arm can tighten up just a little bit when you're so close to the finishing line. When you're chasing, sometimes it's easier.
100.
This is better. And he does get to the finish first. But for me, 143 is one of the most tricky checkouts in 501. 3 different parts of the board.
143.
It must be.
$97.
That's worked out pretty well.
157.
Owen's on the verge of needing snookers.
$60. David, you require 46.
He's going to look for the 10 or the 6. The 6 it is for tops. And again, he under-delivers that tops bed. And the double 10 comes to his aid.
David
So,
Pallett.
things are getting pretty interesting in Group A. That's round 1 completed. A very decent game, as you can see, from Pallet, 97.87. I'm just going to check. In fact, that is his best individual average of the week so far, but there's still more gears to find. Doubles were decent. As a contest, it was very good indeed. Pallett now on 6 points, and Owen remains on 8. We'll take a short break, but when we come back, it will be the commencement of round 2 of our matches today, so don't go far. Here on Sporty Stuff TV, it will be round number 2 after this. Hello darts fans, and welcome back to some live league action here for Tuesday. Things have gone pretty well in round 1 for the chasing pack, not so for the leaders from yesterday's play, so let's have a little look at the table as we go into round 2. You can see that Osborne, who features in this game, has closed the gap at the top. Robert Owen and Keelan Kay have been halted as Classen, Osborne and Pallet pick up the first 2 points of their Tuesdays. Only Lee Cox remains 6 points behind the chasing squad. But you can see 3 players on 8, 2 on 6, but it could be 4 players on 8 after this.
Okay, first I get Keelan to throw first. Game on.
Keelan will be hoping that that's not the case. I think there's definitely a joke in there. His name does roll off the tongue really well, doesn't it? It feels like a name that's going to do something in the world of darts. He's already done a fair bit as a youth player.
140.
And I love what he did yesterday, picking up 4 wins from 5. And he didn't do a great deal wrong in his first game
140
against Jelle Klaasen. He just didn't have the darts in the last leg. But that's the challenge of Group A. More so than Group B and C.
57.
You have to be good for 3 days. And this young man is a bit of a workhorse. He doesn't shy away from putting the hours in. And it's good to see that from young players. When you get to a certain level, though, you may have to just withdraw the amount of hours that you do and just try and focus on quality as opposed to quantity. I would classify leg 1 as quality.
99. Keelan, you require 86.
Double 16.
54.
Very close
Colin,
indeed.
160.
This would be hurtful. Double top.
Game shot in the
Wallop
first leg.
From Colin Osborne. And we had a big 1-6-1 yesterday from Kay against Classen. He now knows how it feels on the receiving end.
Colin to throw first.
That is Colin's first huge finish of this week. His best yesterday was 107.
140.
And that is the perfect way to break the throw. Colin's had a decent live league career.
45.
In general, he's played a lot of matches. He's won weekly titles. Got a couple in 2021. He's won 1 this year already.
96.
That was week 4 of phase 1. But he does have a milestone coming up. This is his 300th live league match. So, congratulations, Colin.
42.
There aren't many players who've made it to 300.
83.
We don't really have a tradition for the live league yet of someone reaching those milestones. Like in cricket when you raise your bat for a century.
135.
It's conceivable that maybe someone will get to 400 this year because Robert Owen, in his next game, which will be
88.
against Jelle Klaasen, that will be his 362nd game. Double 14. Look at this from Osborne.
Colin Osborne.
Finishing brilliantly today. He was 3 from 3 in his first game against Lee Cox.
Keelan to throw first.
Ended up missing only 1 shot at double in that match. And he started in the same vein right here. Incredible stuff. Checkouts of 160 and 88, resulting in what you can see there, 103.66. I can confirm that Osborne is the 3rd person in live league darts history to have made 300 appearances.
140.
Robert Owen is top on 361 currently, and the other is Martin Adams at 315.
60.
Next on the list to potentially get to 300 is James Richardson, who currently sits on 283 performances here.
53.
And it's not my job to let the cat out of the bag. So I'm not going to tell you when James Richardson's coming back. You'll have to wait and see.
100.
Keelan has remained
140.
super focused here. He's been hit really hard with some perfect finishing by his opponent. But it's his turn. Look in the background there.
60.
Love that spirit. Love that
Keelan
passion.
requires 72.
Double 12.
60.
That's okay as long as he takes it next time.
$38.
This should be a good double for Keelan. Straight down the line.
Game shot on
And
the
straight
third
in.
leg. Keelan
17
Kay.
darter to get himself within one. And I just love that passion of Keelan Kay. There's a lot of dart players could learn a thing or two from this 20-year-old.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
They could also learn a thing or two from Colin, who
125.
looks like he's barely aged in the last 10 years. I find it very hard to believe he's
96.
going to be 50 in a couple of years. Doesn't look anywhere near that. I sneakily suspect that he looks so good because he just doesn't get stressed. He doesn't let life take him over.
99.
He always takes everything with a pinch of salt. And don't get me wrong, Colin Osborne is as passionate about this game as anybody.
42.
But the way he's handled adversity over the last 5 years is maybe better than anybody.
$99.
Kay must get something big to get into this leg, otherwise he is going to be 3-1 down.
140.
Getting closer. And don't be shy to get in touch today. You can see the address at Darts Live League in the bottom right hand corner of your screen.
138.
You can get in touch with us via Facebook, Twitter and Instagram if you so wish. Myself at the Asset 180 if you feel that is necessary. I have had a couple of tweets already this morning.
137.
Positive ones, which is always good.
40.
Big moment in this match.
Game shot on
And
the
he's in
fourth
again.
leg. Colin Osborne.
Even though it's not 100% on doubles in this match, today, overall, he is visit perfect on doubles.
Fifth leg, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
And by visit perfect, I mean every time he has had a shot for a double, he has taken it
59.
in either 1, 2 or 3 darts. In fact, he's 75% in this game, 80% in the previous match. The most it's taken him to take a double is 2 darts.
140.
And Keelan will not rest and think that he's going to be defeated 2 games in a row. Behind Osborne, he is constantly G'ing himself up.
$135.
But it is possible that Osborne might just be too good.
$78.
Could be a second break of throw for Osborne to get a 4-1 victory. His leg difference of +4 puts him
59.
in 4th position in the table. But if he gets a big win, he would join Kay, Classen, and Owen on 8 points.
100.
And
Colin
go
Osborne,
top.
167.
Treble 17.
97.
Just really tidy stuff here.
And you require 124.
Averaging 96. And Kay's needing things like this just to stay in the match. Bullseye.
99.
He was immaculate on that bullseye yesterday, and he wasn't far away there.
Colin, you require 70.
First chance for 4 points from 4 for day 2. Double 8. And for the first time today, he misses a chance to win a leg.
Keelan, you require 25.
Double 2 after the pulled first dart.
21.
He did rob himself of 2 darts at a double.
4.
It may be over.
Game shot on the match.
And purely
Colin
because
Osborne.
Osborne was too good. Keelan Kay at times was still excellent in that match. But Osborne, with the better average, the immaculate doubling most of the time in that match and previously today as well. And that haymaker of a finish of 160 early on. He was always in front and he didn't relinquish the lead. Well done, Colin. You are now top of the table. Games in hand are coming the way of Jelle Klaasen and Robert Owen and others, but it's going to be Lee Cox and Dave Pallett to close out our first third of action here on Sporty Stuff TV. That'll be right up after this. Welcome back to Tuesday's action, and we will progress now with match number 5. Dave Pallett will take on Lee Cox as they have their second match of the day. Things have bunched up a little bit, as you can see. Dave Pallett, if he wins this match, will give us a 5-way tie on 8 points, with only Lee Cox yet to score. And it's up to Lee to stop that from happening. So over to you guys. Let's see what happens next. But as to who's going to win this group, your guess is as good as mine. Having said that, Jelle Klaasen and Robert Owen have a game in hand.
Game on.
But they can't both win that match. So after 7 rounds of games, when the next 2 are completed, we could have 1 player on 10 points and 4 on 8.
77.
Lee just wants to win a game. Let the dust settle, get the monkey off his back, pick your cliche.
140.
He just wants to win a match. And then he can relax and try to get more. But even at this early stage on Tuesday, I have to say that it is a bit of a minor miracle that Lee needs to qualify from this group.
180.
1, because his opponents are playing brilliantly. Secondly, he's not playing to his full potential.
41.
And we have to address how many points he can get if he doesn't lose from here. It's only 18. With someone getting to 10 points in the next game,
138.
one player is going to get to 20, in my opinion, in this group. Which means that Lee is not going to qualify from Group A.
60. David, if I call 106.
Doesn't mean he can't get any confidence over the next couple of days, though. Double top for Pallet.
Game shot on the
better.
first leg.
In his
David
first game
Pallet.
today, he was under-delivering his shots at tops. That was a much better dart.
Second leg, it's David to throw first.
I did sneakily see Dave go into the room this morning and practice some of his doubles, just trying to get a few sighters in there.
180.
I think it may have worked. He's got 2 maximums already in this game.
140.
It's possible that Dave has never played this well. Winning a challenge tour this year,
98.
and very recently, and a very large WDF ranked event called the England Open.
60.
It's got a nice ring to it, that one. England Open champion. Formerly won by the likes of Andy Jenkins and Chris Mason,
60.
my commentary colleague. I do believe that Chris won it a few years ago. I think I remember seeing his face on the cover of Darts World magazine when he won it.
140.
His proximity to that 60 on Dart 1 today has been so good, causing so much pain for his opponents.
61.
And Cox has been just left in some horrible situations so far today, needing things like 161.
137. David, you record 40.
Double top again.
Game shot on
Double
the
10
second
to his
leg.
aid.
David
And he's
Pallett.
averaging over 115 for the first couple of legs. And I can't see Lee Cox winning this match with his current level against
Look,
Dave's.
it's Lee to throw first.
But funnier things have happened. There you see it, the equivalent of 213 darters in the first
100.
couple of legs here from Pallet. Incredible stuff.
$92. 140.
No maximum so far for Lee in this one. And didn't get any in his first game today either. So there is a possibility that he's getting a little frustrated with not getting maximums. Some players are like that.
100.
Give me a barrage of 140s over the odd maximum any day. That's how I played the game anyway. I was very comfortable with that.
100. Lee require 161.
161 once again.
93.
This time Pallet's not on a finish. He will be in a second. How low will it be?
140.
That was an aggressive last start.
Lee requires 68.
Can Lee hit double 16?
Game
Yes, he
on the
can.
third
That's a
leg.
great shot.
Lee Cox.
His average is around 98 so far, being 2-1 down. But that's exactly what he needs. A clean,
to throw
concise leg of darts where he does not give his opponent a shot for it.
128. 140.
Still hasn't got that maximum, but he is putting in plenty of 140 plus scores. He's had 5 in this game so far. That is more than satisfactory.
60. 44. 58.
When you're sitting on 317, you're thinking, okay, get to 177 here. Take this leg in 3 more visits.
59.
It's still possible for Lee to do that, but harder from 258. I've just done a little bit of research. I was delving into my memory bank
100.
about Chris Mason and Andy Jenkins winning the England Open. I'm glad to say that I was right. Andy won it in 2000, and Chris Mason won it in 2001, so I got them in consecutive years.
55. 60. Lee require 100.
Now, Lee, can you find your biggest finish? It would have been his biggest of the year here at the Live League. His personal best here in 2022
48.
is 156.
95.
Things have slowed down a bit in this game. Can they speed up again? He went for treble 16 for double 14. He didn't want to go double-double route. He may have done so had Lee Cox been on a double.
58.
As it turns out, Coxey does not get to a double with those 3 darts. Pallet's already there.
Game's
And
on the
Pallet's
4th
3-1 up.
David Pallett.
Even after losing leg number 3, he's able to respond, and he is the stronger player of the 2 in this 5th game of the day.
5th leg, it's Lee to throw first.
We'll talk about some of the other winners of the England Open back in the day. I love delving into this kind of thing. Kevin Painter won it back in 1995. You'll see Kevin at the Live League before the end of the year. Great Northern Irish player. Jeff Wiley won it in 1996. Other winners include the likes of Andy the Pieman Smith, Alan Warren a Little, someone who has been world number 1 in the PDC 5 times, Peter Manley, and a couple of people that Dave Pallett might
58.
know really well, because they're both from Cheshire. Dave Routledge and Brian Derbyshire. Two very good players from the turn of the century.
140.
And not to mention the 2006 champion, Mike Veach. Someone who was a very nice guy who captained Scotland. And doesn't play a great deal of darts these days. Plays more golf
92.
and basks in a lottery win, believe it or not. Nice guy, Mike. And if he is watching, I hope you're well.
138.
Lee Cox is feeling much, much better after that 138.
$81. Lee
Tops
required
for Lee
40.
for a 13 darter.
$20.
Too many times that has happened. But this time he does have a guaranteed visit back.
$140. Lee required
Can't miss
20.
this time, or it could be catastrophic. Oh, that's exactly what you can't have happen.
No score. David required
And
52.
Pallet has his choice of double for the match. Double top has been good. In
Game shut
fact,
on
it
the
has
match.
been excellent.
David
The
Pallett.
doubling in that contest was supreme from Pallet. His average was very useful as well at 97.44, but 67 pretty much on the outer ring is excellent, and 106 as a best check out as well. That was just a really solid performance from Dave. He's going to feel very good, and we now have 5 players on 8 points, with Lee Cox still at the foot of the table on 0. He's definitely not going to qualify now, but he's got a day and a half to get himself right for Thursday and for Friday. The players with the game in hand, it's Jelle Klaasen and Robert Owen. They know what they've got to do. Win this game, and they will go top of the table on 10 points. That'll be up after the break. welcome back to the Online Darts Live League. The asset Paul Nicholson here, calling in match number 6. And it's time for someone to get to 10 points in a bit of a log jam at 8 in the table. I have seen groups like this before, but they don't happen very often. It's just a showing that everybody's on an even keel pretty much. Unfortunately for Lee Cox, he's been cast out to sea, and we know he's not going to qualify now. But who can get out of the traffic jam on 8 points?
Jelle to throw first. Game on.
Solid start for the day for Jelle Klaasen.
97.
Keelan Kay by 4 legs to 3. Robert starting with a 4-2 defeat to Dave Pallett.
100.
Both have been playing very impressive stuff in 2022.
96.
Both here and outside of this hockey. Owen playing his trade very well on the Challenge Tour.
180.
He's never been short of confidence. And in the last 4 and a bit years, he's been playing some excellent darts.
138.
But for me, Robert is just simmering under the surface a little bit. Just waiting to pop.
180. Yeah, 170.
2 180s in this leg and he might lose it.
84. Robbie, you're with 40.
But now he might win it. Double 16.
Game shot
And
on
that
the first
dart,
leg.
just outside of that
Owen.
double 16 bed, was the guide of all guides. You saw it shake when that third dart was delivered. A great 12 darter.
Second leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
One of the reasons why all of these players are well matched is because
58.
they're all at a pretty similar level of play and confidence and ability levels this year.
139.
But pace-wise, they're all pretty similar too. Even Robert, who is not noted as quick,
100.
he is sneaky quick. Oh, Jelle gets a hat stand. That's what the Dutch call that dart that stands on top of darts and dangles.
60.
He's looking pretty venomous as the Cobra.
135.
It was at this point yesterday where he was playing his best stuff. He had his best game against Lee Cox in game number 4.
139.
Is he going to do the same again?
47. $65.
Interesting use of the bullseye. He's left himself on 82. He has. And dart players would rather have 82 than 83 or 81 because you can use the 25, the 17, and the tops
on the second leg
to win a leg at 15 darts. Well illustrated there by Jelle. Because you only really want to use the bullseye on an 80 plus checkout if the bullseye leaves a double. On 82, it does.
83.
Now you see the averages again are very impressive. Nobody's broken 3 figures so far today for the entire match. The closest, in fact, has come from Dave Pallet in the previous game.
96.
In fact, both of Dave Pallett's performances are 97 plus. Is he the man to beat on Tuesday?
140.
Outside of this, Jelle Klaasen has won the Dutch Open this year. I mentioned that yesterday.
98.
Maybe the biggest win of his career since his last PDC title. which was back in 2015.
65. 64. Robbie record 100.
Trading 60 plus shots to get to a finish.
'81.
Owen gets close,
60.
but not close enough. Classen, closer,
82.
but no cigar.
Robbie 75.
That makes things tricky. He might be double-double now. There's one. And very nearly finds another.
Jelle requires 78.
Double 12.
66.
And casts a shadow over 12s and 6s.
Robbie require 18.
Owen for another break.
No score.
How has that not gone in?
Jelle required 12.
Got to be aggressive.
Game shown the
Aggressive
third
enough.
leg. Jelle Klaasen.
He knows that when you've got double 3 with that third dart, he gets nothing for it being short. And it was brilliantly hit for a 2-1 lead in our first hold of throw in this match. And much like the previous game where I said Dave Pallett had won the England Open, we talked about some of the previous champions, and some of them were
58.
heavyweight names. Let's crank things up a notch. How about the Dutch Open previous winners?
100.
Cast your mind back to 1989. Alan Warren a Little won it that year.
93.
He also won it in 1993 and 1998. A 3-time champion, Alan Warren a Little.
180.
He's not the only one as well, as Owen gets his third maximum of this match. Raymond van Barneveld has won it 3 times.
Well, but you require 121.
And Martin Adams has won it at least twice, from my recollection.
89.
In fact, he has won it 4 times. Twice he has defended it.
Robbie required 32.
Double 16 for Owen.
Game shown the fourth.
13 darts. Takes his average over 100. This is a great game. 2-2. I know I'm rabbiting on about the Dutch Open, but keep an eye on this game. It really is that good.
Fifth leg, it's Jelle to throw first. $60.
The 180s and the average tell you that maybe Owen is the more likely winner here, but he doesn't have the darts.
96.
Owen is having to be this good just to stay in the match.
81.
If you were to walk up to Jelle Klaasen right now and ask him, do you want to defend your Dutch Open title next year? He'd say a flat out no.
81.
He wants to be back in the PDC circuit next year. But people who have defended
60.
that Dutch Open, Mark McGeaney, Martin Adams, Adams again,
140.
and Steve Beaton back in the 90s. You have to be a great player to win that title.
100.
Give a nice mention to Wayne Mardle as well, who won it Millennium Year 2000.
140.
I'm sure Wayne values that title higher than most of his accolades. Great victory for Wayne back in 2000.
140.
Now, Robert, are you taking the lead with a break of throw?
Game
Yes,
on the
you
fifth
are.
leg.
With another
Robert Owen.
fine 15 dart leg. He is playing some great stuff today. and he might be the person to get to 10 points first.
Sick flag, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Somewhat comically, 4 years ago, Robert Owen said,
I
I want to be the best player in Wales. It looks sillier now than it did back then.
100.
Because you think about Price, you think about Clayton, you think about some other Welsh players. But don't forget about the likes of Mike
59.
Warburton and Louis Williams and some others. But the way he has performed over the last couple of years in improving
135.
whilst having a knee injury, I'm not going to say anything about what he can't do, because he's a fabulous dart player.
132.
This is an amazing performance, where he's at 4 maximums. He's averaging over 103,
Robert, you're
and he's 3 darts away from victory. Now he's a minimum of 4.
50.
This is not over yet, though.
100.
Classen gets a somewhat unfortunate 100. Could have, should have been better maybe, but the match might be over.
60.
One chance
108.
to take us to leg 7. This has got to be thrown very hard. Tried to throw it really hard,
48.
but pushed it to the right.
20. No score.
And the match is not won.
Jelle requires
After
60.
4 missed darts to complete this contest.
Game shown
And
the 6th
Classen
leg.
takes us all the
Jelle
way.
Klaasen.
So now there are no guarantees that Owen will even get the points. I love best of 7
7th and final
darts.
leg is Jelle to throw first.
It's so unpredictable.
57. $60.
I mentioned yesterday that Robert Owen's best achievement in darts is probably making the 2018 UK Open semis alongside Dave Pallett.
96.
So with that in mind, he hasn't had his best achievement yet, in my opinion.
78.
That's an exciting thought, isn't it? You'll get people coming up to you if you're a dart player or a sports person saying, you haven't done anything yet. My response to that was always, yeah, I haven't done it yet. I've got that to look forward to.
100.
Klassen's in control.
99.
If he gets to 10 points first by winning this match, this will be a massive bonus, because he should have lost this game.
99. Jelle record 112.
Take it out, Jelle. Double 16. And he does a very good job, because he knows from yesterday that he was bitten by a 160 plus checkout by Keelan Kay in match number 5 of his day, and he didn't give Robert Owen a shot at that 164. That was a great 112 checkout. The Jelle Klaasen average is 8 below that of his opponent, and he did dodge a bit of a bullet in that game. So a bonus 2 points for the Cobra fires him to the top of the table on 10 points. We will take a short break as round 2 is now completed. Round 3 will commence right after this. Welcome back, darts fans, and today has been a bit of a hodgepodge of what's been going on this week because 3 players have won 2 games today. 3 players have won none today, so maybe that can change here as Keelan Kay plays his 3rd game. Won 4 from 5 yesterday, but so far the person who topped the table for the first day of Group A has tumbled to 4th for now. But a win against one of his closest challengers in Dave Pallett will see him back to 10. However, to get to the top of the table, he must win by at least 4 legs to 1. When he beat Pallett yesterday, it was 4 legs to 3, and I think he would take that right now.
Okay, firstly, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Having said that, Dave Pallett has won both of his games today with 97 plus averages and has looked really good. When he's in this mood, he is extremely hard to beat. And even though he only got 4 points yesterday,
96.
He'll have been okay with that because he knows that over 3 days, it's about who gets the most points over 3 days, not just one. Thank you for some of your tweets that have come in. I've had a really interesting question from Declan Mason. So thanks for your tweet, Declan.
140.
He has asked me who I want to play in the Live League who hasn't already played. What a lovely question. Now, I have had a look at who we have banked for the schedule for the next few weeks. And there is a name that is not on that schedule that I'd love to play. And this is my personal opinion. But I'd love to see Colin McGarry play from Northern Ireland. An old friend of mine, who I haven't seen for quite a few years, but I know he's really good. So I may have to extend
100. Keelan, you require 170.
A text or an email to Colin saying, go on, you might want to get yourself in the mix here. This is your kind of thing.
60. David, you require 115.
Here's a 115 Dave Pallett kind of thing. Tops.
75.
He has had a lot of time on that double today with mixed fortunes. And that's the dart that seems to plague Keelan every now and again.
70. David, you reckon 40.
Not as much as it used to. Double 10 for Pallet. And he finds it after getting 3 super zooms on the double. 3 University Challenge zooms. And he does have the answer for a 1-0 lead.
Signaling it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
Of all of the games today, maybe this is the pace of game that suits Keelan the least. Pallet is not slow. He probably plays the game at the same pace as I do. But some of these young stars, like Jared Cole, like Keelan Kay, and plenty of others, they all like to play quick, don't they? And if you are a fan of some Group C and Group B action, you have got license to feel quite excited because we do have a debutant for you on Thursday and Friday.
57.
As well as 2 players returning to Live League Darts. Jamie Durrant and Tony Newell will make their return in Group C, alongside debutant Adam Atkinson, who is currently ranked number 2 in the ADC rankings.
180. Keelan, you reckon 170.
Dave Pallett's 180 doesn't get him to a finish. So Keelan does have another visit, which he's going to need. But this is where things can get complicated in a game. You've got 170.
56.
You only leave 126.
Keelan, you require 126.
Your opponent is sticking around, making things very difficult for you. Treble 19 required. And that first dart
86.
made everything so much more difficult.
129.
I've seen him hit this with a bull first against me. How about a bull at the end? How about a bull to set it up?
64.
Nothing.
Keelan, you require 40. Game on the
A
second
tops
leg.
for a 16
Keelan
darter,
Kay.
and Keelan Kay does level things up. When they played yesterday, it was a bit of a belter. This one could be very much the same.
So look, it's David to throw first.
At this point, in the middle portion of yesterday's play, all the games were close. It was Owen 4, Lee Cox 2,
41.
Classen against Osborne, and Kay against Pallett were both 7-leg matches. We're coming off the back of a 7-leg match between Classen and Owen, so I wouldn't be surprised to see this one go the distance as well.
$135.
Keelan's trying to follow in the footsteps of many young stars
59.
who have done great things for their country in their teen years, to then move on to the professional ranks, potentially. The likes of Stephen Bunting, who was a child superstar at the age of 16, and even before that. Just look at Keane Barry. He played for his country as a kid.
45.
Even Kevin McDine, who you've seen play at the Live League, he was an international for the England boys team alongside the likes of Ricky Evans and Dave Pallett
100.
has been besties with Ricky Evans over the years. Two very close friends.
180. David, you
First maximum of the
97.
match, and that's exactly what he needed. Double 12 to close it out.
73. Keelan, you
That
require
was close.
96.
Double. Maybe it should have
47.
been. Flight in the
David, you
way,
require 24.
barrel in the way, double beckoning. I think maybe the double 18 tops was the best shot there.
Game's on the third
And
leg.
because he couldn't
David
find the extra
Pallett.
76, it's now 2-1 to Pallet. Pacing himself brilliantly today. Looks really composed and calm.
Fourth leg, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on. $100.
I suppose the biggest large town to Keelan is Plymouth. And we've seen somebody from Plymouth play here at the Live League in Simon Stevenson.
100.
Keelan has won 2
58.
development tour titles in 2021. In the first one, he beat Dom the Tower Taylor in the first final. Beat Liam Meek, Conor Heenan in the quarters,
25.
and Joe Davis in the last 16. And we've seen all of his opponents when he won that title play here at the Live League over the last
44.
couple of years. Conor Heenan, a lot recently. He was beaten in the Champion of Champions final on Saturday night by Jim McEwen. That was in Development Tour 2 last year. In Development Tour 9, he beat Killian Heffernan in the final, a very fine young Irish player. And he had to think about beating the Irish that day because he beat Kieran Tian
41.
in the semis. And took out fellow young Englishman Connor Arbery in the quarters.
33.
Dave Pallett made his debut for the England senior squad when he was 22. I wonder if Keelan could possibly do that in the next couple of years. Maybe that's something he's gunning for. Not everybody wants to be a PDC pro
128.
from the very outset. They may have other things they want to do before they get there.
77.
Averages are slipping in this one.
Maybe they require 160.
But Pallet has a 160 for a 3-1 lead. Kay had this hit against him by Colin Osborne in his previous game.
100. Keelan, you require
You
97.
feel this has to go. He's going to go for the double-double this time.
Game
With
shown
success.
the full flag.
You see,
Keelan Kay.
Keelan, when you go for the double-double, it can work because nothing is standing in your way.
Fifth against David to
And
throw.
he's very much lord of the board in leg 4. So it just goes to show that when he had 76 with 2 darts left in the previous leg, going the 60 was the wrong thing to do, but full credit to Kay, who decides to change his plan in the next leg and pulls it off. It just goes to show that he is thinking clearly.
100. $95.
Just needs to stick around in this game with Dave, you feel. If he's not going to outgun him on that treble 20 or the cover shots, just try and match him.
140.
Let's see if he can find a 140 to get to a finish here to match Pallet.
60.
Technically an excellent player is Keelan.
61.
Stance, excellent. Follow through, really good. Maybe only one thing
99.
that needs addressing, which is that elbow position, which might be slightly too much on the inside.
100. Maybe it requires 62.
But that's not to be looked at this week. Maybe it's for the coming weeks. Double top for Pallet.
42.
Boy, has he hit that spot a lot today.
Keelan, you require 150.
That 3mm spot just under tops.
125. David, you require 20.
When you want tops, you've got to be good at 10s as well. He's going to go through the posts. Oh, such a good dart.
David Pallett.
Oh, I admire that so much. You look at where those 2 darts, this was right through the middle. And just cascaded off the first one. What a shot. Not even a flicker of emotion from Pallet. If that was me, I'd be smiling like a Cheshire cat. That's the kind of dart that when you hit it, you just stick your tongue out and brighten your eyes and say, yeah, I can play this game.
140.
But maybe that's just me. What a brilliant shot.
44.
Now, Keelan's got to be careful. He wants to stick around in this game to take it all the way to 7 legs again. But he can't speed up. He's got to maintain rhythm and patience.
100.
Just took a sip of water there and maybe brushing his palms with a towel. Can't get too frustrated either. There's nothing wrong with those 2 darts.
89.
You can't expect perfection every time. And what we're seeing from Pallett, especially over the last 4 or 5 months, is a good level of calmness. Not really noted for that.
174.
But that's amazing from Keelan.
David Rock 161.
A great 3 treble visit. But I think this 32-year-old is starting to grow up as a dart player. I think he's starting to become the player he wants to be.
Keelan, Rock 134.
Wow.
102.
That could have been
David
308 in 6. Just misses the double 16. He's going to face a match dart though. Double top.
85.
And again, it's underneath.
Keelan, you require 32.
So Keelan dodges the match shot.
Game
and takes us all the way.
Keelan Kay.
For the second day in succession, they will play 7 legs. And the same could have been said for Kay against Classen. It was 1-1 for those guys. Will it be 1-1 here?
David to throw first.
Because Keelan won 4-3 yesterday. But again, the fact that Dave has got the darts today is a big deal.
92.
Keelan had them yesterday. He was able to use them against Classen. He was able to use them against Pallet. Now he has to break.
180.
And that's the best way to start a break, potentially.
$43.
2 maximums in the match for Kay. 1 for Pallet.
15.
Not the best backup shot from Keelan, but he's still a dart ahead. Look at the positives. That's a great use of the board. Utilising that treble 18 as an initial cover.
39.
Still in the balance, but Keelan is being overtaken.
85.
He may need another big approach shot like he did in the last leg.
47.
Can't quite get there.
David, you require 150.
And I've seen Pallett go 3 bulls on this before, but now is not the time. I'm quite surprised he went for the second treble 20.
80.
Good ton.
David, you require 70.
Pallett has missed 1 match dart so far. He gets another 2. And he makes use of the darts in this last leg decider. Unfortunately for Keelan Kay, so far today it's been close but no cigar. 3 matches and 3 defeats. But 86 is the average for both players. Percentage-wise on the checkouts, Keelan had the better time of it. But that game was all about who had the darts in the last leg. Keelan was not able to find another big score in the final leg. So it's Pallett who gets onto 10 points instead of his opponent. Round 3 will go a little bit further as we have our middle match of the day. It's going to be Osborne against Classen in game number 8 after the break. Time to have a second battle of the week for the two PDC title winners in their career. This is the middle match of the day. Number 8 is Classen against Osborne. Classen is at the top, and he can extend his lead to 2 points if he finds another win against Colin, but he doesn't have the darts today. Let's find out what happens between these two heavy hitters. It's very fair of me to say as well that Osborne and Classen have had very good days so far because they haven't lost yet. Round number 3 means they've played twice and both of them have won twice.
Okay, first leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
The undefeated runs, they can't continue, at least for one of them. But for Dave Pallett, who has just won against Keelan Kay, he is 3 from 3.
140.
And he's going to take on Osborne in match 10.
93.
Things are getting really interesting in this table. Osborne could do with a win to get himself on 10 points with Pallet and Classen,
93.
with all of them having played the same amount of games. This is a bit like watching a
58.
Formula 1 race where they've all got the same car. Let's find out who the best driver is.
22.
Now, we haven't seen a 350 in 6 darts since the very first
42.
week of the Live League last year. That was hit by Andy Jenkins against Fallon Sherrick. We talk about 9 darters. We talk about 10 darters, in fact. We talk about 170 finishes. Like they do about holes in
98.
one. Or holes in one in golf. Let's talk about the things that are more rare than 9 darters or 170 finishes. 350 in 6. Which is the biggest 6-star conversion.
180.
We get that extremely rarely. Back-to-back maximums.
180. Colin,
To leave a double. Double 2.
6.
Ooh, that could be costly.
Jelle, you require 30. Game show on the first
It
leg.
is costly.
Jelle
Classen
Klaasen.
chose to go for the maximum to leave double 15. It's a somewhat perilous journey sometimes, double 15.
Second leg, it's Jelle to
But
throw
not this
first.
time, as the green is found.
59.
Osborne hasn't done a great deal wrong today. He's averaged 94
22.
beating Keelan Kay, 91 beating Lee Cox 4 legs to nothing, and his doubling has been delicious.
98.
80% in his first game, 57% in his next game after that. Really looking good on the outer ring, but makes an initial error in this game
140.
that can't be continued. If you are new to the Online Darts Live League, not only do we welcome you watching here via Sporty Stuff TV, or indeed via YouTube if you're watching overseas.
59.
If you are watching on YouTube overseas, please get in touch. Let us know where you're watching from. We saw some great darts yesterday and tweets from the likes of Australia
75.
and Germany yesterday. But you may not know what happens after Group A. 3 days of action on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Whoever tops the group goes to Saturday night,
100.
where there will be 6 players in the finals for week 1. If you're in second position or third
29.
position in the table, you will play in Group B on Thursday and Friday night from 10 p.m. if you're in the bottom half of this group, come tomorrow lunchtime, you will play in Group C, which will be 9:30 a.m. on Thursday and Friday.
62.
It's not the first time that Classen has used that route for 140. Not the first time Colin's had a look at tops today.
40.
I make that 78. Only the third time today he's failed to hit a double at a visit. Double top.
38.
Narrow miss for Classen.
40.
Just to the left a little bit. He thought that that was in for a second. He didn't get the call from Owen Binks. It's more difficult now. Oh, wow, what a shot!
Colin Osborne.
I think there was a little flicker from our referee to Colin as if to say, how did you hit that?
So look, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
I'm going to forget about those averages because they mean nothing. But I'm going to take something a step further. There was a great Australian rules commentator called Dennis Cometti who used to say, centimetre perfect. That shot from Osborne was millimetre perfect. I have no idea how he hit that shot. I've given you the format for the week as to where people will play, but who will they play? I've mentioned the Group C contestants for later in the week in Adam Atkinson, Jamie Durrant and Tony Newell. Yes, the Bear is coming back from Cumbria. Looking forward to seeing Tony. They will have the bottom three of Group A, whereas Group B will have positions 2 and 3, and they are Jamie Kelling, the Yellow Submarine, Aaron Monk, the Mad Monk,
81,
and Nick Kenny. I'm particularly looking forward to Group B. I think that's going to be fiery.
61.
Perfect first start.
105.
105 you will take in that spot.
140.
As long as you get a shot at 96. He might not. But he will.
100. Yellow 196.
Does he go double-double?
Game shot on the third.
Oh, that's a perler.
Jelle Klaasen.
That is really good use of the double 19 bed. Somewhat neglected in modern day darts unless you're on shots like that.
Like it's Jelle to throw first.
Just intelligent stuff. And we've seen 2 double-double finishes now in 2 consecutive matches. It was 98
96
for Keelan Kay in the previous match. Double 19 for tops. And 2 double 19s for the 76 in 2 for the Dutchman.
41.
Excellent darts.
180.
Second maximum of the match for Osborne. And a second for Classen.
180.
That's the second time Osborne's hit a maximum and seen it backed up. Can't shake him off.
$40. $99.
Classen's in position to win leg 4. Hasn't been shaking these big finishes with any fear. How about now?
99. Colin, you require 137.
Knowing Jelle as I do, he'll be disappointed that he didn't hit that bullseye. But all is not lost. 58 left.
97. Jelle required 25.
2 darts maximum.
17.
And 2 darts missed.
Colin, you require 40.
He has done that, unfortunately, too much over the last few seasons. And maybe too much over the last couple of days. Does Osborne take advantage?
Game shot on the
There's your
fourth
answer.
leg. Colin
That's a break-up
Osborne.
throw. And Osborne has got the darts back. So Classen should have been 3-1 up, but now he's in a dogfight to see who wins the best of the last 3 legs.
Fifth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
I've been looking back at the history books for the likes of Claessen's Dutch Open win and who Keelan Kay beat in his 2
62.
development tour titles last year. Let's have a little look back. That's Colin Osborne's first
75.
PDC title back in 2006, which was the Isle of Sheppey in Kent at the Sheppey Classic. I do believe that tournament is still running, but not PDC affiliated.
42.
Osborne won that day, 6-5 against Alex Roy, a somewhat loquacious Hertfordshire player.
129.
Osborne beat Lionel Sams in the semis, the man nicknamed the Lion.
180.
Plenty of maximums in this game. That's the 5th.
140.
So if you chose to go on the overs in this match, maybe over 2.5 180s, you will be quids in right now. But remember, if you are having a flutter, it's for over 18s only.
157.
Please gamble responsibly and begambleaware.org for more information on that website. Big hitting Classen misses tops for a 157 and a break back. This will be a sword in the ribs if this goes.
$57. Jelle 140.
More breaks than a Greek wedding in this game. Double 5.
35.
Not enough breaks, so maybe the plates are stronger than we thought.
Requires 60.
How strong are you, Colin?
$20.
Not accurate enough.
5.
Double 2. Flight's in the way,
Game shown the
but
fifth
not enough
leg.
in the way.
Jelle
A
Klaasen.
great third dart from Classen. 3-2 up. Break in hand. But has broken in this game previously anyway. He just hasn't been able to back it up. And like we say in darts, it's not a break unless you hold in the next leg. Yeah, good troop of people that Osborne beat to that first PDC title.
85.
Last 16, Mick McGowan, who a lot of people forget was a serial winner on the PDC circuit
92.
before the turn of 2010. Then he took out Terry Jenkins in the quarters before taking out Lionel Sams and Alex Roy. That was his first title back in 2006. Yes.
95.
16 years ago. And it was 16 years ago that Classen won the world title in the BDO. So that year was really good to them.
100.
What were you doing in 2006? Think back. I was living in Australia.
60.
Meeting Simon Whitlock for the very first time back in 2006. And that was Jelle's
96.
year where he went to all different places as world champion. And funnily enough, that year, he went to Australia to see Simon Whitlock.
125.
And he's going back to Australia next week to play in the Australian Open in Echuca Moama.
86.
He's got a busy time of it as the Cobra.
136. 96.
This is for Classen to be at the top on his own. Double top. And he's the first player at 12 points.
Jelle Klaasen.
So he takes the lead. Great days so far for both players. But Osborne suffers defeat for the very first time. He could still be well in the mix by the end of Tuesday, but may need to find 2 victories. After that first defeat, the averages are very similar to yesterday, towards the low 80s, but that was a decent duel. Match 8 is done. It's in the books. We'll have a little look at the table when we come back, and we will close out round number 3 with Lee Cox against Robert Owen. We can forget about Lee Cox trying to qualify from this group, but Robert Owen has got a big task on his hands to keep with the pack at the top. That'll be up after the break. Welcome back to the Online Darts Live League here on Sporty Stuff TV. Thank you for your company over the last few hours. We have got 2 more rounds of action to go after this game because we have to conclude round 3 first. Robert Owen sitting in 4th position, as you can see. If he can find a win here, he will get to 10 points alongside Dave Pallett. But all of the pressure is now off Lee Cox. What he does for the rest of today and tomorrow will be in preparation for Thursday and Friday. Now, in every likelihood, he's going to be playing on Thursday and Friday morning. But if I was standing in his shoes right now, I'd say, okay, we haven't won a game. Let's just try and pick one off today and improve tomorrow. But first things first, Lee's played better today already than he did yesterday. That's a positive.
100.
Average-wise, that is a fact. He just needs to get more shots at double today.
100.
It's a sign that maybe he's 1 or 2% off his game and the others are playing really well.
58.
It's not that he's been drastically worse than everybody else. He hasn't. Darts is a game about millimetres. It can go wrong
45.
as well as incredibly right. Robert did win yesterday by 4 legs to 2.
76.
To extend his head-to-head lead against Lee in the Live League over the last couple of years to 5-3. At 1 point, he was 3-1 down in that head-to-head record, and he has won the last 4.
95.
If you don't think that plays a part, you're wrong. That's a great second dart from Lee.
100.
First to a finish. A positive thing.
100.
Can he get a shot at either double 18 or tops? The answer is no.
84.
If you are going to take it,
72.
set it up.
Game
A brilliant dart from Robert Owen.
Robert Owen.
And when things are going wrong for you, like they have been today and yesterday for Lee Cox, you're seeing your opponents hit shots like that.
Second against Lee to throw first. Game on.
That is a brilliant shot from Owen. Admittedly, when that dart was just on the outside of the 24 bed, it was a very good guide for him. He has a very unique style, but it works.
140.
And in the words of one of my favourite YouTube channels, that'll work. A page that likes to do trick shots
60.
with different sports balls and, in some cases, with some darts. We have actually had some people in touch to let us know where they're watching from. And we have a viewer by the name of Elias watching from Munich. So, guten Morgen.
83.
Well, it's just past 12 o'clock, so that was inaccurate, wasn't it? But thank you for tuning in, Elias. And we've also had somebody tuning in from Bulgaria as well.
100.
Not noted for their massive darts following, but really nice to have you along with us for the ride. And to answer your question, I don't actually know that many players, if any, from Bulgaria.
99.
And the players are selected, because the question from this person is, how are the players selected? Well, availability is the first one.
100.
Because a lot of these players have packed schedules. But they are selected based on form and reputation, of course. You have to have done something to get to the Live League. And one of the reasons why Adam Atkinson is making his debut this week is because he's doing something in the ADC rankings.
53.
If you haven't done anything before, don't expect to get the phone call. Double 16.
33.
Slumped
Robert,
shoulders.
48.
And they may slump a little more in a second. Now, usually, that's a great dart for some people, but not for Robert.
Game shot the second
boy.
leg.
There's nothing he can't
Robert
hit.
Owen.
2-0 up, and when you see the position of the flight straight at the dartboard, it was right in the middle of that 16. He only had about a third of the bed to aim at.
They'll get Robert to throw first. Game on.
And now that he's got a break, he is a massive favourite to win this match.
26.
Thank you for getting in touch, everybody. Really appreciate it to see who's tuning in. And remember, we will have the conclusion to Group A tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. local time.
180.
That is the first maximum of this match.
140.
That's the second 140 of Robert's match.
97.
Now, if Robert was to go on and win this match and have the most 180s, the biggest finish,
100.
and the win, of course, that would be categorized as a King of the Hockey performance. And that is something that you can
26.
choose to have a flutter on if you so wish. But remember, over 18s only. Please gamble responsibly. We
42.
cannot express that enough. And if you do need any more information, it's begambleaware.org. I'm somewhat surprised he didn't go for the 180 there, Lee Cox. Just to try and do something a bit more creative. When things haven't been going your way, sometimes the best thing is to try something different.
97. He requires 60.
Double top.
Game
And
shot
that'll
the third
work.
leg. Lee
A
Cox.
great leg of darts from Lee Cox and a bit of a smile from his opponent as well. You can see that Lee was looking at him and smiling back.
Hopefully it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
There will be plenty of banter in the practice room. 2 boards in there, 6 players sharing them.
30.
And with all of these guys in there, I'm sure they'll be toing and froing with a few jokes and letting them know how they feel about their performances so far.
100.
I've heard from many a darts fan over the years saying they'd love to be a fly on the wall in a practice room of a big event.
137.
They're all very different. I always found the practice room at the UK Open the worst because there were so many people and there were never enough boards.
100.
Even when you had 12 practice boards, it wasn't enough. But then when you go to the World Championship, everything's different.
54.
Around 8 practice boards and everything is silent. Timing's been a bit off at times today for Robert. He's had some good spells, but also some pretty iffy ones as well.
140.
And Lee's starting to get something together. He's averaging over 90, and Robert is mid-80s.
100.
Is Robert there for the taking?
140.
Even at 2-1 up.
100.
Always hold your breath when you have
141.
somebody throwing darts like Lee Cox, and they need 60 with 1 dart.
100. Lee required 40.
Big exchange, this one.
$20.
That could be really bad.
Robert, you require 41.
Coxey really was in position to bring this game level. But now he is 2 adrift.
Robert Owen.
That's been happening for the last couple of days. Everybody has been taking advantage of the misses at double for Lee Cox.
If it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
That's one thing that doesn't really get spoken about in this format. Because if you are someone who is a very good darts player, which Lee Cox is, if you're having one of those weeks where you just can't get over the line, the constant feeling of losing, it will get you down. This could potentially be Lee's 8th consecutive defeat. $100. The biggest winning streak that I can recall was Sean McDonald, who won 15 straight games. Imagine that. Imagine how good that would make you feel.
$85.
I do believe that is still a record. Jan van Veen had a crack in phase 4 of breaking that record. He could only get to 14, and that is the second best.
99.
But Lee would have to go something rotten
100
to break the record of most consecutive matches lost, which currently stands with Aaron Turner at 17. That leaves 51. I think 11 tops is the shot, but he really wanted to leave 32.
Good
and that's why.
Shot on the match.
That's a ton plus finish
Robert
to win by 4 legs to 1. He did dodge a bit of a bullet in leg number 4. But when he got a shot for the match, he didn't hesitate. That was really good to close out round number 3. Cox, with one of his best averages of the week so far, if not his best. I'll check that in a second. But Robert Owen, 87, steady. Checkouts excellent at 67%. And his best finish with his last 3 darts of the match. Round 3 is over, and we're going to take a short break now. But when we come back, round 4 commences, so don't go far. Hello and welcome back to round number 4 of our matches here for Tuesday in Group A. It is Stage 1, Week 1. I am Paul the Asset Nicholson, and this is going to be Dave Pallett and Colin Osborne. Decent days for both of these guys, making a little bit of a move. It looked a bit rosier earlier for Colin Osborne, but he has been halted in his tracks, losing to Jelle Klaasen in match number 8. Time to get back on the horse, though, against an undefeated Dave Pallett for today. He's won 3 from 3, and if it's 4 from 4, he'll be very close to the top of the table.
First, like it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Wins for Colin against Lee Cox by 4-0 and 4-1 over Keelan Kay. The two players who are yet to register a win today. But then that narrow defeat to Classen by 4-2.
100.
He's lost to Jelle twice now. So that one player has cost him 4 points. But it is Classen who's at the top.
60.
And you'll see him in match 12 against Lee Cox. And he will finish against Pallett in game 14. That could well be a head-to-head in the penultimate match that specifies who's leading overnight going into the last day of Group A.
$57.
Pallett's been so consistent today.
180.
Likely. And that is a very deep compliment for someone like Dave, because
68.
he's been noted as being inconsistent in his career over the last 10 years. But I'm seeing an alarming level of consistency over the last few months.
Yeah. 41.
That'll do. Leaves tops after 12.
$60. David, you require 40.
He's given this bed a lot of looks.
Game shot on the
And it
first
goes in this time.
David
Expertly
Pallett.
done for a 15-darter. And Pallett again looking likely as he takes command of this one after 1.
Second leg, it's David to throw first.
Started with a 4-2 victory against Robert Owen, averaging 97 plus. Then again, 97 plus
177
in beating Lee Cox, starting brilliantly in leg 2. And a scruffy 4-3 win over Keelan Kay, averaging 86.
100.
But what's more impressive about the wins that Pallett has had so far is that 2 of them have come against the darts.
95.
If he remains undefeated through this game, that will be 3 games of darts he has won against the throw.
100.
That makes today's recovery even more impressive, because yesterday he had the darts 3 times, today he's only got it 2 times.
54.
He won't be pleased with that visit, but he will be pleased with the position in this leg.
140.
Now, in every likelihood, he's going to get 6 from here. Only perfection from Osborne can stop that.
140. Colin, you rock 161.
That one gets a nod from me of approval. Really aggressive. And Osborne can't find perfection. And 2-0 beckons.
60. David, you rock 135.
8-8.
Game shot on the second leg.
I think
David
about
Pallett.
99% of us were looking at 16 potentially for leg 2, but he said, nope, I want the northern option, I want 8-8, and he's taking it.
So look, it's Colin to throw first. Game on. 140.
There you see the average after a couple of legs. Not foreign territory for Pallett, who has been starting games really well today and in previous weeks.
100.
He has been just as good as this. It is getting to the stage of this group
50.
where if Osborne does come off his top level that he's shown so far, he may get left behind a little bit.
180.
Just glorious. Best performance of the week so far came from Keelan Kay against Robert Owen yesterday, 109.31.
66.
That is the top level that anybody has attained. If Pallett was to win, he'd get to 12 points
60.
with Classen and be 4 points ahead of Osborne with 6 matches to go. That makes Osborne's plight more perilous.
60. David, you record 161.
But everything is going Dave's way in this game. And I mean everything.
121.
And he's on for another 13 darter. That's a great visit from Colin.
135. David, you require 40.
But it's all about what Dave does. And he
Games
likes
on the
throwing
third
against
leg.
the darts today, doesn't he?
David Pallett.
I've already mentioned the fact that he's won 2 games against the darts. He's won 2 legs against the darts in this contest. 3-0.
David to throw first.
The only person to win to 0 today has been Osborne against Lee Cox in game 1.
94.
The last thing you want to do is relinquish that from earlier,
100.
because leg difference may come into play at some point. Osborne's is pretty healthy at +5. Pallett's is worse than that at +2 because of what happened yesterday.
92.
He would do himself a lot of favours winning this 4-1 or 4-0. Because currently the best is Classen at +8, and he's also got the most points.
100.
And he's got a game in hand.
Hey, 2-1.
That's a great 140. Pallett's got to be creative to leave a finish here if he's not going to find the trebles. 19 and 25. Leave a finish.
89.
Really expertly done.
161.
Great thinking from a fantastic darts mathematician. That leaves 96. Stay upstairs.
85. David, you record 145.
This would be some way to finish the match.
$100.
Now Osborne needs to hit.
76.
If he doesn't, it could well be Pallett winning with an average close to 100.
36.
Let's find out.
David, you require 45.
We've only had 1 ton plus average so far this week.
Game
It
shot
might
on
just
the
be
match.
another.
David Pallett.
It just about is. 100.2 for Pallett, and it's his best performance of the week so far, with some excellent doubling, restricting Colin Osborne to 1 shot at double in the entire match. Well done, Dave. Welcome to the top echelons of this table, but you've still got more work to do. Round number 4 will continue with Keelan Kay against Robert Owen next, and this was the fixture yesterday where Keelan Kay brought his best. That's coming right up after the break. 10 matches down and 5 to go for today. We are reaching the halfway point of round 4 of our matches for Tuesday. And this fixture gave us our best performance of the week so far from Keelan Kay. Can he do it again? He may have to go some because he's lost his first 3 matches for Tuesday. And Robert Owen has won 1 game from a possible 3. And with these two gracing the top of the table after Monday on 8 points, things have gone a little bit awry.
Okay, first look, it's Keelan to throw first. Game on.
But while I can, I have to bring up a really funny statistic. Because these guys have only ever met twice. Once in the Live League yesterday, and once in a challenge tour in Milton Keynes last year. And Keelan Kay has won every leg. He beat Robert 5-0 last year, and he beat him 4-0 yesterday, so Robert's never won a leg against Keelan.
96.
How much would Keelan like to keep that going? Now, Robert is a bit of a student of the game. He does remember things very well.
100.
I think he'll remember that.
96.
This is good stuff.
180.
And he knew it was coming. And Keelan's prowess
125.
against Robert Owen yesterday wasn't a shock.
121.
But it wouldn't shock me if Owen was to somehow return the favour today.
76.
I don't remember him going for a bullseye checkout at any point today. That may have been his first. Kay for tops. And he's done it again! What has he got on Robert Owen? This is unbelievable stuff. It's like he's got the biggest tell on Robert Owen, and he just knows how to beat him. That is 10 consecutive legs against this guy, who has been one of the best Live League players of the last couple of years.
85.
I'm sure there's going to be a twist in the tail over the next few legs. He can't possibly beat him 4-0 again, can he?
140.
Not when Robert Owen at this early stage is averaging over 120.
140.
But there are times when you play certain people where you think, I like the pace of this game. This is where I feel most comfortable. Maybe Keelan should just 65. Play Robert Owen every game and see how he fares.
140.
Because again, this is great.
56.
Superb second dart.
83.
The third one's rather unlucky.
Keelan, you require 136.
96 is the number now to leave tops.
96.
He gets it.
73.
88.
Game shown the second leg.
Hooray! He's won a leg against Keelan Kay. 73. Maybe that's his favourite number. He likes it now because it's 1-1.
They'll get Keelan to throw first.
Good game, though. 2 legs in.
95.
Both averaging well over 100. I would love them to sustain this. And we know that Keelan can. Yesterday it was 109.31. And he was 80% on doubles.
135.
One of the things that really impressed me about Keelan yesterday was his bullseye shooting. He gave himself a few shots at it and he took out most of them.
60.
Off the top of my head, I think he took 3 bullseye finishes yesterday, which any player would definitely grasp.
97.
He had 2 maximums in that match as well, did Keelan. A high check out of 103. He's already taken it 101 in this one. Robert was restricted to 2 shots at double in the entire match. So he's had more shots at a double in this match already than yesterday.
60.
However,
You require 40. Game shot on the third leg.
he's at it again.
Keelan Kay.
He's hit 2 shots from 3. He's doubling really well. He's scoring heavily. And Robert Owen has got to watch out.
Fourth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
Not to be thrusting the bad news for Robert Owen all the time, but Keelan beat him yesterday 4-0 against the darts as well, which means that Keelan has the darts today.
99.
It's something that we don't really talk about enough. When you've got the darts in 3 of your 5 games, you should be winning more games than you lose, based on that. But we've already seen today that Pallett has won 3 games against the darts. And he's got 1 match left against Classen with the darts. And he'll have a fantastic chance of 10 points today in match 14. $140. Kay will have a look at that 127.
$177.
But that is the ideal lead from 201. Does Kay get another shot at the bull?
87.
It doesn't.
Robbie required 24.
And it should be 2-2.
Game shot.
And it is 2-2. This is boiling up to be a really good game. There's 10 between them in the averages, but that means nothing when the score is 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Keelan to throw first. $100.
And here is something that Keelan will not want to hear. Not that he can hear me. And it doesn't hurt him massively in this game, but he has not won a leg all day against the darts.
26.
If he loses this 5th leg in the contest, that has to change. And I have it on good authority that yesterday he was 4 hits from 6 attempts at bull yesterday. That's extraordinary.
140.
You can't possibly go through a whole day without a break of throw. I don't think that's ever happened, has it? It may have. I just don't have that amount of statistics in my own head.
100. Robbie, require
now, Rob,
140.
Is it your turn to make a move?
$60.
Over pitches dart 3.
135.
He was looking to leave tops. Keelan's looking to leave the bull again.
$53.
That may be the worst start he's had at the bull the whole week. That may be one of the worst darts that Robert's had at the 60.
40.
Not getting a shot at tops from 80 is a big error. 2 double tops. So they both make errors on the 80 plus checkout.
And that's in.
So it's 3-2. And now Keelan Kay must find a break of throw for the first time today to stand a chance of winning points in his second day campaign.
Game on.
If that streak of losing against the darts
57
continues in this match, it will be 4 games and 4 defeats.
100.
And we will have some stats for you after the next game to look at the averages for the day for the players, and they will tell you a story.
125.
It's not that Kay has played drastically worse than yesterday. In fact, there's every possibility that he's played
140.
just as well. Averages of 93, 91, 86. He's probably around about that 90 mark that he was
60.
yesterday. He's just not winning. Oh,
95.
that's a really unlucky last start to leave a bogey number, but all is not lost.
$117.
That last start for Owen has worked out well for Keelan. If he'd have got another 57,
96.
things may have been quite dire.
142.
Another one of those. Not quite.
94. Keelan, you require 70.
To get his first break of throw today.
$50.
That could be that.
Robert, you require 48.
For Owen, it's 2 darts to get to 12 points.
Game
He only needs
shot
the
on
one,
match.
and he's got
Robert
his first
Owen.
win against Keelan Kay. Never mind his first legs against Keelan Kay. He'd lost the first 10, but he wins the next 4 from 5 to have a really good performance. You can see again, Kay has not played poorly. 99.98 is one of his best performances of the week, statistically, but he only gets himself 2 legs out of 6. Owen winning with 44% on the doubles, and he's now on 12 points. But the other people on 12 points don't have a game in hand. Or do they? Yes, they do, because Classen's coming next. Don't go far. Hello and welcome back to the climax of round number 4 here on Tuesday. Today has been a bit topsy-turvy, but Jelle Klaasen finds himself at the top of the table with this game in hand. Just so happens that he's been overtaken by Robert Owen. My mistake. I wasn't looking at the leg difference, but Classen, if he finds another good performance against Lee here, he will be back at the top. It's only one leg between himself and Owen, who's had a very good day.
Jelle to throw first. Game on.
And what I mean by Owen's day, he's won 2 and lost 2, but he has lost tight and won enough.
180.
And that is a really good quality to have when you play this format. If you lose,
99.
lose by 1. If you win, try and win by a margin. Keep that leg difference healthy.
100.
And the leg differences for Pallet, for Classen, and for Owen are the healthiest.
81.
Now this is the kind of game where Jelle's going to put his foot down. He obviously likes playing against Lee because
60.
Yesterday he had a personal best average in the live league against Lee of 97. Exactly.
60. Jelle record 100.
So far today he's been okay. There's a lot more in the tank.
61.
Averages of 90 in beating Keelan Kay. 87 beating Robert Owen. That was a good tussle. He had to survive 4 mismatched darts by Owen.
140. Jelle record 100.
And an 82 in beating Osborne. But this is better.
60. Lee record 100.
Now, can Lee Cox break the throw in leg 1 and give himself a chance?
.42. Jelle record 40.
Double top for Classen then.
Game shot on the first.
Finds the bed.
Jelle Klaasen.
So it is 1-0 in his quest for 4. And if he does find all 4, it will be 14 points for the Cobra.
Second leg, it's Lee to throw first.
And my prediction for the winner of this group is going to be 22 points.
180.
They both have a maximum each now. Get to 22 and I think you're going to be through to Saturday night.
81.
Four perfect darts. Greeted with a bit of a look.
140.
And 5 out of 6 ain't bad. The Jelle Klaasen throw is all about elbow position. And the force in which the hand comes through. Look at the the right elbow when it bows
65.
from his right to left. If he gets that elbow into position, there it is, it just swings inside. And the hand, in relation to that elbow, if the position is good, he will throw well. But if he times it badly, watch out for him pulling the dart to his left.
100.
It's almost like a crocodile snap the way he throws.
He requires 60.
There's a real penetration of the air when he throws that dart.
Game shot on the second.
And that's more like it,
Lee
Lee.
Cox.
13 darts. He's still in a quest to win his first game of this group. And legs like that will give you every chance.
Third leg, it's Jelle to throw first. 58.
I've had some people watching along this morning and this afternoon. I've had a message from Connor Scott, one of our best live league players over
55.
the last couple of years. He, of course, does not qualify for the live league this year because he has a tour card. But he's having a practice today and watching along, so all the best to Connor. Thanks for tuning in. And we've also had some tweets from Germany once again. Bielefeld, Germany, to be
100.
exact. Thank you for tuning in.
140.
When you got 2 darts like that in the treble 20, you feel disappointed with just a 140.
Oh, 120.
If you didn't have bad luck, you get none. Honestly. 2 darts in the 60, and the way things have gone for him, how do you have a Robin Hood with those flights?
96.
I've never seen that happen before. These are pre-molded flights with a cap on the flight to stop that happening.
140.
It just goes to show how sharp his points are. I believe
80.
that there was another shot 86. There. I think going for the treble 16 for Bull may have been the best shot. Lee Cox has delivered 27 darts for his last 2 legs. 13 darter, 14 darter. And that's why his average is over 100. So far, so good for Lee.
To throw first.
On the outer ring as well. 100%.
120.
Even with 2 shades of bad luck now, he is in front at 2-1.
60.
Lee's been part of the Live League for a good 18 months. He joined us for the very first time early in 2021. He's played 134 matches
41.
with 57 wins, a win percentage around about the 40% mark, which has gone down a bit this week from around 43%.
100.
He's had a running average of around 85. Classen is only in his 2nd campaign. He joined us this year, and he's played 28 games.
145.
But what has Lee Cox been up to in the practice board over the last couple of matches? Because he's starting to play properly.
He required 36.
This is for 40 darts in 3 legs. He'll take 41. And I don't care if your name's Lee Cox, Michael Van Gerwen, Gedwin Price or something else. 41 darts for 3 winning legs is world class.
If leg it's Jelle to throw first. Game on.
Now we have to take note of what Lee Cox's personal best is, because he's not that far off it. 104.15. He currently sits at 103.
95.
Now, if you're going to get your first win of a campaign, you might as well set a personal best as well.
134.
He's taking advantage of a Classen that is not playing his best in this game. And he could reverse the fixture result from yesterday. Classen won with a 97 average by 4 legs to 1.
83.
But if you think at this point any player would take their foot off the pedal, you're wrong, because leg difference could be massive in this group come this time tomorrow.
100.
Even if you were to lose this game in Klassen's position, if you were to take it back to 3-3,
55.
Winning those 2 legs might be the difference between qualifying and not. Both leave 170 after 12.
70.
And Classen was beaten yesterday with a 161.
90. Lee require 100.
Around about this time yesterday. It's not going to be deja vu.
96. You'll require 80.
That's a bad first start. He can't recover.
56. He requires 74.
And Cox is in sight of his first win. Double 16. And he's found his first win.
Match.
Hallelujah, he says. It's a 4-1 win against the person who was in 2nd position in the table. And it's one great win as well. He's got a good average in this one of 98.35. The doubles were excellent, and that is something for him to build on. Not just towards the end of today because he's got one more match, but for tomorrow. Well done, Lee. You really did deserve that. That was a great performance. Well done, everyone, for their first 4 games of the day. We're going to take a short break. Now that round 4 is over, it's time for the final furlong, for 1 match left for all players after the break. Hello everyone and welcome back to the final round of matches for today. I think this game is all about Colin Osborne and Robert Owen. But Colin, if he loses this, will be 6 points behind Robert going into Wednesday. So, over to you, Ozzy. Can you find another 2 points to keep yourself in the mix? But 3 players on 12 points. And it will be Pallett against Classen after this. So they can only get one person to 14 points. So you sense if Osborne is going to stand a chance of winning this group, it must be now for him to win. If he doesn't, he may have to settle for a position in groups B or C.
95.
Well, Dave Pallett today has been undefeated through 4 rounds, courtesy of the highest average running for the day and the highest
100.
doubles percentage. No real surprise there. I'll talk more about his stats when he plays against Classen after this. But Rob Owen, 91.84. That's his running average for the day, which is currently a good 1.5 up on what he did yesterday.
140.
His doubles percentage has gone up by about 4% as well, with 1 match to go. So improvement has been found by the Welshman.
161.
And he has a good start here on the darts.
83.
83 will do when your opponent is back on 300.
$140.
Owen did beat Osborne yesterday in this corresponding fixture. And he's very close to winning leg 1.
38. Colin,
he was very close to winning leg 1.
60. $55. Robert, you require 40.
Double top for Owen. Double 10.
30.
And that's about
Colin, you require
as wild a dart as I've seen at double 10 from Robert the last couple of days. No shot at double for Colin to break Owen's throat.
49. Robert, you require
This
10.
double is not good for Owen. But he has found it at the first start.
Robert Owen.
Very aggressive, and he has been pretty decent on his own throw today. We'll talk about those stats in a second. But Robert is 1 in, looking for 4.
Second leg, it's Colin to throw first.
Robert has won his throw 9 times today and relinquished it only 4 times. I'm convinced that Robert Owen's using a different set of darts today. Whether they're just a different colour, I don't know.
$100.
He's been leaving double top and double 10 a lot today. But he hasn't been on double 5 until that first leg.
140.
I think he's been more proficient on double 16. I think it suits his game better.
140.
There's actually 3 hits on double 10 and double top out of 17 attempts today. That proves it.
60.
Colin's running average today, 87.98. Pretty similar to what he did yesterday. Up by about 1.5 points. His doubles have been pretty good as well. At 41%.
57.
But they don't help him there on double 12.
$100. Colin,
Let's see if he can do it the second time of asking. This has been a great leg from Colin. But it's only a great leg
Colin
when you
Osborne.
complete it. And 14 darts will never be scoffed at because that's around 107. And this one is tied up at 1-1.
Thurler gets Robert to throw first. Game on. $99. $90.
Osborne has not been too good on his own throw today. He's actually
60.
lost his throw more times than he's held it. But he has been brilliant against the darts.
70.
That's somewhat frustrating for a dart player when they've been the best in the field today at breaking the throw, but one of the worst at holding their throw. Somewhat confusing times here for Colin.
$85.
Maybe that's just happened too many times. Good first two and then a stray third dart.
$96.
Just to talk about what we did with Rob Owen on tops and tens, Colin is 5 hits out of 14 attempts at tops.
100.
But his miss at tops has been high because he's only had one shot at double 10 and he's hit it.
98.
Not forgetting that miraculous shot he had, where he missed it twice and found the gap and it squeezed in the middle. I still don't know how he hit that. Is he going to hit 156? Colin was hopeful there that Owen was going to say that's 120.
100. Robert, you require 48.
Right, where does this first dart go? Is it an 8? Nope, that's a good single.
Game shown the third.
Because he can follow that
Robert
one
Owen.
if he finds the single 16 in the higher portion of the single. The flight gets in the way, but it's out of the way in the bottom half.
Fourth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on. $60.
Two more matches to go after this one. This one is roughly at the halfway point, with Owen averaging 85.12. Osborne on 87, which is very close to his daily average. That's what he delivers. Consummate consistency. He broke the 300 barrier today for games played at the Live League over the last couple of years. He's hit over 361 80s.
83.
He's got a personal best average of 108.75 and a running average of 88.55.
92.
So there are some people out there, including myself, who would say that maybe Colin has reduced his form by around 1% this year.
60.
And some others would say that maybe he is due a hot spell.
$46.
Just to back up that thought of mine on Robert
Colin, you
at
require
double 16.
170.
He has been phenomenal on that today. He's hit it 8 times out of 11, and all the misses were on the outside where he
96.
hit it next dart anyway.
118.
He's been as good at double 16 as you could possibly hope. How about double 19?
99.
Give it a chance.
Colin, you require 74.
This may be the biggest visit of Colin's day. Beautiful. How is he at double 16?
Game shown the fourth.
Just as good.
Colin Osborne.
That one keeps him in with a sniff in this one because, like I said at the top of this game, he can't afford to lose it.
Fifth leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
When you look at Robert Owen's shirt, and he's had some belters over the years,
140.
it almost looks like something has sped across it and has left some sort of dust. They look like speed stripes.
96.
But just to paint a bit of a picture about Robert, he has in previous times had local school kids from around the Bridgend area where he lives design his dart shirts, which I think is a brilliant concept. And I think that's something that everybody within the elite of the game should do
100.
at some point. In the NFL, they have a week where they have custom cleats, or in Europe they're called football boots,
99.
where they have spray paint all over them and different designs, and in aid of charities.
126.
I think that's a great thing to do. And Michael Smith, of course, Bully Boy, has at times worn a charity dart shirt for something very close to his heart. You know, many of these players wear pin badges for things like prostate cancer, or in the case of Martin Adams, he is constantly adorning the prostate cancer charity dart shirt, which can be purchased. Now, Robert,
you require
have you got a 5-visit leg in the bank for a 3-2 lead on the throw? Double 10.
Game on the
really
fifth
well
leg.
done.
Robert
He has been really good on the outer ring today, and a 3-2 lead does indicate that maybe Robert Owen is ready to get to 14 points.
Sixth leg, it's Colin to throw first. Game on.
Good enough on the double 10 right
58.
there. That is now 4 hits at tops and 10s out of 19 shots.
121.
So he's starting to hit things that he has historically missed today, on top of being pretty flawless
85.
on the other side of the board. A 91 average so far for Rob.
100.
And that's exactly what he's been doing today. He is playing to type.
134.
The last game where Lee Cox won by 4 legs to 1 may have been a bit of an upset based on form, but so far this one is following the form book.
45.
Just want to say a quick hi to Alan Harrop over the way in Australia, tuning in from Adelaide, the city of churches. Hanging out in his man cave, having a practice and watching the live league. Thanks, Alan. It'll be nice and late where you are.
65.
And I'm sure Alan would love to see Robert Owen take out a 170 to win this match, but Osborne doesn't. He wants to take out a 160 again. He got one against Keelan Kay.
140.
And he's that close to getting one against Robert Owen.
170.
Potential. Bounces into the treble
120. Colin, you
that dart may have hit the 60 if it wasn't for the collision. Double 5. Osborne keeps us going.
Colin
and for
Osborne.
the first time since David Pallett and Keelan Kay in the middle of our schedule today, we are going the full distance of 7 legs.
7th and final leg, it's Robert to throw first. Game on.
A big leg for Osborne. And a big chance
60.
for Rob Owen to set the pace to see if he can be caught by either Classen or Pallett.
137.
Just like a 1500-metre race or an 800-metre race. You don't have to win it after 400 metres or 600 metres. You have to win it in the final third.
60.
But you can't be too far behind. Osborne needs this leg to get to 10 points. Otherwise, he's going to be 3 wins behind the person at the top.
100.
That may be too much to bridge.
100.
That is a perfect first start. That's a perfect second.
And
a perfect third.
180.
What a leg from Osborne this is. Against the throw. And about as good as he's thrown all day.
Colin, you require 84.
I think the non-skinny lady's singing. Well.
44.
Didn't go for 14
Colin,
bull.
141.
He thinks you're not going to hit this, Rob. He was right. Whenever the
60.
gauntlet is laid down like that,
Colin, you require
you just hold
40.
your breath. As if to say, has Colin Osborne made the right choice? He did. And he wins the
shot
match.
on the match.
With a double
Colin
top
Osborne.
that needs to be having a camera next to it, because that was picture-worthy, right in the middle. 92.8 and 40% on the checkouts. A really tidy performance, and that makes things a bit more exciting for tomorrow, because Osborne's on 10 points, Owen's on 12, but somebody is going to get to 14 in match 14, and that's against, well, it's against Classen if you are a Pallet fan, and it's the other way around if you're a fan of the other guy. So, match 14, as I twist my tongue, it's going to be match 14 when we come back. penultimate match of today will be a bit of a corker because it will tell us who will top the table going into Wednesday's play in Group A. So without further ado, it's going to be Pallett against Classen for 2 points. Rob Owen sits atop the table at the minute, and he has limited the damage
David to throw first. Game on.
Against Osborne by only losing 4-3. But 2 points will take one of these guys to the top after this, making Wednesday very enticing.
140.
Especially with Osborne leaving himself on 10 points as well. Keelan Kay could finish on 10 as well.
60.
If he can find his first win of the day against Lee Cox in match 15. And that would make Wednesday really, really intriguing, with 5 players possibly gunning for the top spot.
120.
So if you have the chance to get an advantage over the field now, take it.
81.
Yellow may be shell-shocked after losing 4-1 to Lee Cox, but Lee played brilliantly in that game. But over the course of today, Classen has been scrapping.
180.
First max of the match goes to Pallett. He's averaged 94.19 for the day, the best by over 2 points. He's been doubling at 44%.
41.
And most of the misses he's had have been at that double, because he's left it a lot.
89. David, he required 20.
He's been pretty reliable on double 10.
No score.
Not on this occasion. But he's allowed that little freebie because his scoring has been so good. Yellow's not even on a finish.
96. David, he required 20.
Double 10 again. Take 2.
Game
And that's a wrap for leg 1.
David Pallett.
He did command that leg pretty much from the first dart. And he gets over the line in 17 darts in the end.
Second leg, it's Jelle to throw first.
That's for Yellow's day. 85.08.
134.
His running average. Weirdly, that's the lowest of every player. But he's won 3 matches from 5. Sorry, 3 matches from 4. He's playing his 5th
60.
now. Just goes to show that averages do lie. And just to emphasise that point,
85.
Keelan Kay is averaging 92.14 for the day. He has not won a game. And he's second best in that table. What's more, he's third in the doubles table on 34.62%. And he hasn't got any points. Classen is second bottom on the doubles table at 30.95% as well. But he's won points, and he is going to be in the reckoning for tomorrow. Do you think he cares about stats?
56.
No, I don't think he does.
$95.
He's been strong on his own throw, has Jelle, winning 8 legs with throw, relinquishing his throw 6 times. And out of 11 legs, he's broken 5 times. So
he required
you
92.
can see that he has been scrapping. Double 16.
60.
And very much like the first leg, the first person to throw gets multiple chances to win.
60. He required 32.
That looked a bit tired from Pallet.
No score.
Oh no.
125.
That was not expected. That second shot was really close. Watch out. Oh, how does he hit this? Does he go through the posts again?
100.
I don't think there was enough
32.
room. That needed to be thrown ½ millimetre perfect. Oh, that's
60.
cruel. I think that may have hit the flight on the way through as well.
David, it required 25.
And it could be Pallett for 2-0 out of nowhere.
Game on the
A
second leg.
somewhat unsympathetic
Pallett.
25 checkout because, yeah, let's face it, Jelle Klaasen should have won that leg. He missed too many doubles and Pallett came in for the kill.
Third leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
How does that affect Classen for the next 2 legs? Because he must respond quickly. And you can see how his average has dipped after those vital misses at double 16 and double 8.
$100.
Pallet looks the most likely to come through this group at this stage.
100.
Over the last 2 days, he's been the person to average the highest, to
85.
have the best doubling on the whole, because yesterday that belonged to Keelan Kay. But he has been the most consistent performer over the last 48 hours.
125.
But here's something for Jelle to maybe think about.
100.
Only one person has come from 2-0 down to win this week so far. And that was Jelle against Colin Osborne yesterday. He's going to need to do it again.
56.
That ended up being a 4-3 scoreline. And how much Jelle would crave that right now.
137.
That's a great visit.
120.
But he could be shut out. About half a bed to aim at from either side.
100. Yeah,
Just underneath.
79.
Double 11. And that side of the
68.
board has been so bad to him in the last couple of legs. He's missed them all. 16s, 8s and 11s. But on the other side,
no score.
Pallett's having no joy
Yeah,
again.
require 11.
Does he come back?
Game on
No,
the third
because
leg.
double 4
Jelle
comes to the
Klaasen.
rescue of the Cobra. And I think maybe his likelihood of winning this game may lie on the right side of the board.
Fourth leg, it's Jelle to throw first. Game on.
I don't care how much you practice
123.
and how much you're exposed to Challenge Tour action or WDF action. Playing 5 games a day here at the Live League is still very difficult. It's intense.
140.
And here's another weird stat for you. That last leg is the first time that Dave Pallett has lost his throw all
100.
day. All day. Imagine being that good on your start.
81.
He is afforded that one time where he loses his throw because he's still got the lead.
58.
But he does have a 1 dart deficit here in leg 4. Not for long. I understand his frustration with dart 2. Because the amount of times he's found that first dart today and not made the most of it. There's been plenty of visits like that.
100.
And 2 visits, exactly the same pretty much. These guys do not like 100 when the first dart is in the 60. You don't mind it as
Yellow
much
120.
when the 60 is dot 2.
60.
A Pallet on 80 is
require
going to be looking
80.
at tops and 10s, or tops or 10s. He's just concerned with tops. Missed a 120 in the previous leg. And he misses the tops on the other side this time, as Classen goes to level this one on that same bed.
Game's on the 4th leg. Jelle Klaasen.
I hate to brag, but I did say that success in this game was going to come for Jelle if he went to the other side of the board, and it has happened, so it's 2-2.
5th leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
Their doubles percentage is identical. 2 hits from 13 darts, 15.38%.
60.
For these guys, that is way below par. But that's in the past. Now it's about what you do from here in a best-of-3 contest for these 2 vital points going into Wednesday. And these two are going to be sharing practice rooms and ockies all over Europe for the rest of the season, whether it's at Challenge Tour, whether it's at WDF events where they've both won this year. As far as the Challenge Tour Order of Merit is concerned, Dave Pallett is in a pretty good position at 4th, standing £2,650 behind Scott Williams at the top. If he can somehow get really close to Scott in the last event,
134.
You never know, he might take that top spot away from Scott. Klassen's at 14th in the table. He's had a pretty stellar Challenge Tour season. So I think these two are going to have to get used to being in each other's company.
41. $168.
How good was that? That's the good news. The bad news, he's on double 8, which has not been good to him.
$100. He only requires 60.
But it is double 8 for a 3-2 lead. Finally, he hits it in that corner of the board. You can see the relief on his face. That was actually a brilliant shot. Didn't even touch the other dart.
Like it's Jelle to throw first.
And remember what I said about being 2-0 down. He's the only person to win from 2-0 down this week. And he could do it again. That's his first hit on double 8 today out of 8 attempts.
128.
And he's the only person to have broken Dave Pallett today, and he's done it twice.
57.
What is the response?
It's
pretty good.
180.
Yesterday, Jelle beat Dave by 4 legs to 0. 91 average for Jelle. 87 for Pallett. Pallett missed all 7 shots at double. And I think based on form,
58.
coming into this very good group, I had Pallett as the favourite.
140.
He may need this 135 to stay in this contest.
35.
That doesn't work. If I were Classen, I'd go treble 8 here. I wouldn't go for the 16.
Jelle requires 64.
It's tops. And it's a win
shot on the
that puts
match.
Jelle Klaasen
Jelle
at
Klaasen.
the top of the table, guaranteed to go into Wednesday's final day of Group A. Averages 0.27 between them. That's nothing. Averages don't tell the full story because Jelle Klaasen was 2-0 down in that contest and still managed to win it by 4-2. That's a very valuable 2 points for him. But Pallet has had a very good day, getting 8 points from a possible 10. Really, really good going into tomorrow. But Keelan Kay, who has not won today, needs 2 more points to stay in with a chance, just like Colin Osborne on 10 points. That final game is coming up after the break. It's the final chance to grab some points here in Group A for Stage 1, Week 1. So over to Keelan Kay and Lee Cox, who will do battle in our final game of 15 for Tuesday. Classen at the top and guaranteed to be there going into Wednesday. And we have a stat and a half for you in a minute. The chasing pack, Owen on 12, Pallett on 12, Osborne on 10, definitely not out of it. And if Keelan Kay can get 2 points here against Lee Cox, who was already eliminated, then he is definitely still in with a chance.
Hey, feels like it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
But it can't be ignored that Lee Cox got his first win of this group in his previous match against Jelle Klaasen. And speaking of the table topper, if you would like some evidence as to why averages don't matter, then this is it.
46.
Jelle Klaasen has won 4 games from 5 today and has had the lower average in every game.
125.
There, in a nutshell, paints the picture.
85.
Then you look at Monday towards Tuesday for Keelan. Yesterday, 8 points. Everything was rosy. Today, he has not picked up a win in his first
97.
4. But rest assured, I am looking for the positives, and I have found them. Because he's averaged
100.
92 for the day, 2 more points than yesterday, and has come up dry.
97.
His doubles, whereas they were over 51% yesterday, a really, really good day, they're still decent today at 34%.
He require 82.
It's not as if he's played badly. He just hasn't won. Look how good that ball is.
50.
Can't find the double 16 on the
He
end.
require 136. $96.
Good leave.
Require
If
32.
Lee has trouble on double 16,
Game shot on the
but
first.
he doesn't.
Lee
And he's starting to find his rhythm, isn't he? He'll pretty much think that he wanted the day to start about an hour ago because things are looking very rosy now.
Keelan to throw first.
No such luck, but he does retain his throw. With a hold in leg 1.
123.
As for Lee's day, he has improved average-wise by 10 on yesterday.
180.
Averaging well over
60.
90 for the day now. But his doubles are still under 30%. He's going to rack up a few
59.
points tomorrow to spoil people's chances of winning this group. He's going to need more than 28.5%, which is exactly what it has been today.
97.
He's only held his throw 3 times out of 9 today, Lee.
56.
It's exactly the opposite for Keelan. He has won 9 of his throw and only relinquished it 3 times.
95.
But it's done him no favours. The one thing Keelan has not done today, which is something that will bug him, because I know he watches these games back.
Keelan, you record 126.
He hasn't broken through all day. Not once. Bullseye.
Yeah.
He was really good here on Monday.
101.
That's a very good try.
66.
Double 18. Other side.
57. Keelan, you require 25.
Does Keelan find his first leg of this contest on double 12?
Game shot on the
Yes, he
second
does.
leg.
And
Keelan
now
Kay.
he has a chance to find that first break of throw in leg 3. Will he do it? Well, he has to if he wants to win this match.
So look, it's Lee to throw first.
Must switch.
180.
He must have super glue on the end of those points because I don't know how that one stayed in the board. Fair play to him because it did, and it gave him his second maximum of the game.
81.
The stat that we gave for Dave Pallett when he was playing his game
140.
in match 14 against Classen, he had not relinquished his throw all day. And he ended up losing his throw
80.
twice in game 14. So the good news for Keelan is that as long as you're at the hockey, you've still got a chance of breaking that throw.
145.
But it doesn't look likely when your opponent has left 36 after 9 darts. Spare flight needed. Obviously, Keelan has destroyed one. Good stuff.
180.
Good maximum.
He required 36.
So he's left on 160 after 9.
No
and Lee
score.
Cox
Keelan, you require
may have his pocket
160.
picked if Keelan can do 340 and 6.
Correct. 94. He requires 36.
Back to double 18 for a second try.
No score.
How was that not gone in?
Keelan, you require 66.
66 for his first break of throw of the day.
Game
And
show
there
the
it
third
is.
leg.
He's finally got a break of
Keelan
throw,
Kay.
and he's got the lead. And he finds a double that Lee Cox could not find in that leg. There's no way that Lee should have lost that leg. He knows it. Keelan knows it. When you run a double after 9 and don't win the leg,
140.
there's only one situation where you're okay with losing the leg, and that's when your opponent hits a 9 darter.
$60.
Mojo seems to be back.
180.
And that is a second maximum for him. 4 in this match. Is it going to be 5?
81.
Advantage Keelan Kay. Lunch will taste a lot nicer if he can walk away with 2 points from this campaign and still be in with a chance.
83.
Albeit 4 points behind the leader come tomorrow.
$100. Keelan, you require 98.
98 it is. He's already hit this checkout today. He hit it with a double-double.
66.
And that's an old head on young shoulders right there. Going for that double 19 with dart number 3 was a choice, but leaving the double 16 just goes to show that he's got the presence of mind in this leg to do the right thing.
Game shot on the
Beautifully
fourth
done.
leg.
That's a tremendous
Keelan Kay.
14 darter, and one dart in that leg for me showed what Keelan Kay is all about, and it was the single 6.
Fifth leg, it's Lee to throw first.
When Keelan walks away from this day,
85.
I'll be fascinated to see what his mindset is, because on his own throw he's been really good.
100.
And you can't criticise yourself for only getting one break of throw up to this point. It just goes to show how well your opponents have played on their own throw.
59.
But if he does get a second break, he's going to win this match.
55.
Nobody wins a golf tournament. Well, they rarely do. By shooting 63, 63, and a couple of under par rounds at the weekend.
140.
It's usually a bit more topsy-turvy than that. Look at Cam Smith at the Open Championship recently. He had a dreadful Saturday and then a remarkable Sunday.
$60.
A 2 treble visit here will give him a finish to possibly finish the day. He finished yesterday's day with a big ton plus out, a 161.
No,
80 left.
137.
Not anymore.
Keelan, you got 146.
But this is to win. Stay there.
110.
I like the play.
Lee required 20.
He mounts the pressure. Double 5.
No
It's
score.
the wrong bed. And Keelan Kay, who has
Keelan,
not
you
broken
require
through all day
36.
coming into this match, can double down if he finds double 18.
Game,
And he
shot
does
on the
find
match.
not only his
Keelan
first
Kay.
break of throw of the day, his second break of throw of the day, but his first win of the day. And both players, Cox and Kay, will walk away with one win from Tuesday. You can see that Keelan, who averaged around 93 for the day, averaged 94 in this game with decent doubling. He's just had a very unfortunate time of it. But he is going to be in the mix going into Wednesday because he's going to be sitting on 10 points. Our table reflects that with Kay on the 4th position. Osborne at 5th is definitely not out of it, but they have a bit of chasing to do early on in the piece. You do not want to miss the very first game of tomorrow's action because it is going to be Classen against Pallet in game 1. So join us from 9:30 a.m. for Wednesday for the climax of Group A. Don't miss that first game. I'm Paul the Asset Nicholson, and I am the Asset signing up for now. Take care and enjoy your Tuesday. Bye-bye.